All right. So, it's another day, another dollar, right? For those of you that weren't here a little while ago, a couple of weeks ago, lost both my aunt and my uncle just before Christmas. Not a huge thing for me. I mean, sucks to lose family members, but really, really sucks for my little cousin. Lost both her mom and her dad in 10 days. My uncle had brain cancer, and my aunt fell. She was, I don't know, 80, 81, 83. After 80, did we really keep counting? So took a little time off to try to be available. Like, if you know the psychology behind the way you answer questions, if somebody says, hey, can you help me out with something, and you're busy, or if you've got other things, the way you answer isn't like a wholehearted yes. That people can sense like the hesitation behind it, and I can hear myself talking. So I wanted to just take the week off in case she needed me at like the drop of a hat. I didn't want to be like streaming her say, yeah, I need you, and then by the time I ended the stream, her be like, you know what, never mind. And then, of course, she doesn't need me. She's damn near 40. She's a capable adult. Then my gaming computer decides, nah, fuck you. I'm only 15 months old, but fuck you. So it went the way of the dinosaur. It had to go back to Origin, which, I mean, people say, why do you spend so much money at Origin? Because their stuff's overpriced. Yeah, their stuff's overpriced, and I get that. Generally, they remote it and try to fix it. This time, the guy was like, wait, that PC? He's like, did you update your BIOS? I said, I did. He's like, when? I said, I don't know, last January or in January, a couple of months after I got it. He's like, yep, we're taking it back. CPU's being RMA'd and the drive. So, I wasn't going to really dive back into Ashes. I was just going to play it tomorrow, but people did not stop PMing me yesterday about this live stream that Steven did yesterday with Nice and Vladis and whoever Lloyd is and whoever Zyback is. I don't know who they are. And first of all, Ashes has enough, shall we say, hoopla around it, because a couple of weeks ago, Ashes of Creation made the decision to go to Steam. Now, what I think a big problem is, and what a lot of people have a problem with me is people are under the belief that I don't think any change is allowed. People seem to have this belief about me that once something is said, it's been carved into a stone tablet. Well, that's not exactly it. If you say something, I don't think it's been carved into a stone tablet, but I think once you say something, there needs to be a little bit more discussion than, oh, wait, we changed our minds. I think if you've made the decision to now go to Steam, you need to say more than we've gone to Steam. For example, you had way back in the beginning, right? Not sure what this is from, but we will not be on Steam. Okay? Now, at the end of the day, does it really matter? For some people, yes. If you can articulate and make the argument that some people won't play a game because it isn't on Steam, even though you can put non-Steam applications into Steam, double click them, and they'll run, they'll launch the executable. If like running standalone launchers is a big thing, and you're like, well, I'm not going to play it because it's not on Steam. And I've heard over the years people make that argument. Okay, I don't agree with that argument, but it's your argument. But then all of those people have got to be willing to accept the other side of the coin. That's, well, they said they weren't going to be on Steam and now they are. But it's not like he said it once, right? It's not like it was a one-off. It was a continuous, you know, it was a continuous early on. We have no intention of being on Steam. There was some consideration for APOC on Steam, but correct. Ashes, the MMO, will not be on Steam. And then you'll notice the shift in language a couple of years later. Apocalypse is a game that tests many systems in the back end of Ashes of Creation MMORPG. Currently, the MMORPG is not planned to be on Steam. So it went from we won't be on Steam to we don't plan to be on Steam. Now, the reason why I'm taking a look at this today is I was informed yesterday, and I didn't watch it for myself, so I'm just going to repeat the statement that was said to me, which is causing me to now want to watch this. And if I'm going to watch it, I'm going to watch it with you, and I want people's feedback. Where am I wrong? Where am I too far over to the side? But I heard early on in this interview that they did yesterday, Steven basically said the whole game won't be out at launch. That there'll be one continent at launch. So I'm gonna just roll through because, you know, this for me is to the shame. It's about a $1,200 investment over the years. I bought a lot of the things. I supported the project. I thought it was worthwhile. I thought it was a noble, good project. I bought a lot of extra shit that, you know, it is what it is. Let's just dive in to the video. Let's take off the head on the screen. Oh, but I do want, before I start the video, I do want to load the dashboard program. If that will load. It may not. Had to put everything back onto one PC. Because obviously my other PC is, well, it's in Atlanta. It's in Duluth, Georgia right now. And then I have to laugh about that. They're like, yeah, we've received your machine. Please realize it's up to 10 business days. Like, yeah, guys, whatever. Like, I understand you're not exactly the fastest turn ever. That works. Are you gonna work? Hopefully you'll work. Okay. What is he calling launch? Early access launch, or 10 years from now official launch? Well, yeah, now you have that's a totally fair question, because, and thank you for bringing that one up. What launch are we talking about now? Because remember,
before beta, yes. Before beta, yes, the game will be feature complete before beta. That is something that is necessary. Beta really is intended to identify last minute bugs, to kind of make sure that everything is ready for launch. And it's important that all features are complete by beta 1. Yes. Before beta, yes, the game will be feature complete.
The weird thing is,
before beta, yes, the game will.
They knew the right answer years ago. They knew the right answer was to have the game feature complete before launch. And I know what both sides are going to say. The White Knights, the diehard loyalists, is going to say, well, this isn't launch, this is early access. And you're right, it is. It is just quote unquote early access. The problem with that kind of becomes, and I heard Steven talked a lot of shit about other companies in last night's video, and hopefully we'll get to that. It is a long video. I don't know if I'm going to cover all of it, but yes, Ashes of Creation is coming soon to early access. The developers of this game intend to release as a work in progress, developing with the feedback of players. As I've said for years about the Ashes of Creation project, there is a reason why some companies don't want to talk to the community. They want to build what they're going to build. I've heard a lot of, like, what I was told Stephen will say, and this is a paraphrase, later in the interview, he'll say, innovation happens through crowdsourcing and that focus groups and board meetings prevent innovation. And he's right. Board meetings do prevent innovation because the board, if you remember, the shareholders and Henry Ford court ruling, that should have never been a court ruling, but it was an American court ruling. Let me throw on American because I don't know if other countries have the same thing. In America, if you are a publicly traded company, your first and foremost responsibility is not to your customers, it's not to your employees. By law, it is to your shareholders. And people are like, well, that's not true, or it shouldn't be that way. It's not whether it's should be that way. It is true. That is how it is. The courts ruled that a company is beholden to their shareholders because the shareholders are the owners. So I do agree if Steven said board meetings is where innovation gets stifled. But we keep hearing this thing from Intrepid about dynamic gridding. Well, a lot of game developers that I yap with have all said pretty much the same thing. If Intrepid Studios has really cracked the code on Unreal Engine dynamic gridding, they shouldn't need to release on Steam for extra money, because if they really, really, really fixed dynamic gridding, Epic Games would give them enough money to fund 5 or 6 MMOs. Because dynamic gridding would radically change MMORPG development. It would change video game development if dynamic gridding functioned properly. Now, some people will say, oh, well, Where Winds Meet has dynamic gridding. No, it has minimally invasive sharding. It makes you think that you're in the open world, when in reality, it literally pops this message on the screen that says the current area has too many players. Would you like to go to I forgot the word they use, but you're going to a shard. And because you have the single player option, you have the co-op option, and you have the open world option, you can always get to your friends. It's kind of changing. Now, Intrepid had, and if you remember, I did 4 videos because Steven Sharif accused me of masquerading the truth by presenting my opinions as fact, as I believe the summation of what he said. No, I just ask questions. I take a fact I find, I ask a question. I don't want to give an interpretation. I want you to give an interpretation. But when you refuse to give an interpretation, then I will give an interpretation. So Intrepid Studios started from the very beginning. We have no investors, but before they ever did their Kickstarter, they'd already taken $1 million loan from the Yaya Legacy Trust. If the loan paperwork includes the potential to be paid back in common stock, then you do have investors. And then some people want to argue with me on YouTube, and they'll be like, well, if they only are getting common stock, then that doesn't make them real investors because real investors get preferred stock. Well, no, a different type of investor gets preferred stock. But I think the big thing here is the majority of Steam players tomorrow are going to look at the game. In this game, my belief is that the game is going to get hammered to shit tomorrow, because this right here was the last thing Intrepid Studios really wanted. And I'm going to look at some of the discussion points before we jump into that interview. But if the community comments are as terrible as they are, what do they think the reviews are going to be? Especially, you've already reduced the number of nodes. You've reduced the number of node stages. This is going to be the first time you've been in development for 9 years. It's the first time you're putting all of the primary archetypes together. So you watched some EA trailer with Margaret doing voiceover. Yeah, that's been brought to my attention. I've seen that a couple of times. Why are you not working? Yeah, I don't know why you're not picking up the chat today. We'll get rid of this. Long time no see. Good to see you covering Ashes again. Yeah, unfortunately, I wish that we had gotten to this junction earlier in Ashes development. If what they're saying is true, we want to open it up to more testers. We want to open it up to more testers so that we can get more player feedback. Well, you don't need to do that. And what you need to do is you have maybe about 2,000 people playing, and you have 130,000 people who have Alpha 2 access. And honestly, if you have 130,000 people on the bottom, why did I put that there? If you have 130,000 people that have access, and you have maybe this many people testing, keeping in mind that these people here have paid anywhere between $100 and no shit, $2,500 to be in that group of 130. And this is realistically what you have testing. You don't need to go get more testers. You need to figure out why 128,000 people aren't playing. Feels like either a cash out or pure greed. My money is on the former. I would not be surprised if we're just going to be completely transparent. I would not be surprised if they're cashing out, because they have never paid back the Yaya Legacy Trust. Jason Karamanis, he never got paid back on the loan he made. So he ended up restructuring his loan deal, and this is all in the videos that I showed. But he ended up restructuring his loan deal, and he ended up with 4.7% of the company's preferred stock for the investor that they never had. So much so, one of their investors, at least one of their investors, had to go to court to get a court order to see the financial records. He eventually withdrew the court request. All this is going to do is Ashes receives a review bomb and they get taken off Steam. Am I wrong? They won't get taken off Steam. The other problem is they had everybody link their Steam accounts with their Intrepid accounts. So you pretty much can tell now they've abandoned the idea of self-publishing. Now, all these things on their own, none of them are a smoking gun. None of them are the weapon. They're not the candlestick in the conservatory. But another thing that Intrepid did was they said, we're not going on Steam, we're not going on Steam, we're not going on Steam. Now we are going on Steam. Well, generally what happens as a rule is when you have expenses, right? You get $15 a month in a monthly sub, and then your top line cut comes off of that, and then your next line cut comes off of that, and then your next line cut comes off of that. So it's like you'd have $15, you take off Steam's cut, then you get to Epic's cut, then you get to your referral cut, and all those things are a percentage of the next one down. You don't do any testing because it turned out that my RTX 2070 is not good enough to play the game in a performance that would allow for proper feedback. Well, that's a huge problem if a 2070 isn't playing the game properly. I tested it years ago on a 1080, And then I tested it on a 3090 and a 4080. Unfortunately, the 4080 is in Duluth right now getting fixed. Yeah, on or at. So, but the thing here is what Intrepid has done is they put their game on Steam now. So they were gonna owe 75 cents out of every dollar to Epic after the $1 million a quarter, or whatever the new structuring deal is. And then now they're gonna owe Steam $4.50 out of every month's subscription up to the first 10 million, and then 25 cents or 25% for the next 20 million, and then 20% after that. Unless, of course, they negotiated a better deal on Steam. I doubt they did. And then on top of that, you're gonna have your $15 monthly sub, and you're gonna owe your referral people $2.25 out of every subscription. And not out of every subscription, but out of those subscriptions that were made with a referral. So out of your $15, you're now going to keep $7.50 out of every $15 on the first $10 million through Steam. Now, I know what's probably going to happen is somebody's going to say, oh, well, they won't pay you the 15% on the referral on the $15. They'll pay you the referral on what's left after they pay Steam and pay Epic. No, because that's not the affiliate program. That's not the terms and conditions of the affiliate program as they put them out when they started. So if they decide to change that, remember, Tryon Worlds closed because of 4 people. Yeah, Triple Killer, they're not going to have the second continent done by launch. That in my opinion is a big fucking problem, because Steven takes shots at big companies. He takes pot shots at the large, and I think he did last night. But the problem is, those companies, they might not be producing the best games, and I am not going to argue that some of these companies aren't making total dog shit. That's I'm not doing that. But what they are doing is they are making what makes money. There are systems that need to be scrapped until after launch before the world itself gets the boot. Yeah, and you're not wrong. What you're gonna have now is you're gonna have world building, and you're gonna have and I can't believe that somebody needs to break this down and say it back to Intrepid Studios. The core premise of your game was the node system. And it doesn't work. It doesn't function. Now, I know a lot of people would argue, well, it does work. If it doesn't work 100%, you should not be going onto Steam for early access, because it makes you look desperate for money. It makes you look broke. Steven got mad at me once because of the way I structure my videos. Tough shit, buddy. If you don't like how I structure my videos, I have never, ever, ever said I'm not sarcastic, I'm not condescending, I'm not callous, I'm not sardonic. In fact, somebody called me sarcotic the other day. It's when you're so sarcastic, people think you're psychotic. I spent 5 years saying that's going to be a problem. That's going to bite you in the ass. Don't drive down that road. You're going to get a flat tire. Don't drive down that road. You're going to fall off a cliff. And fine, fuck it. I'm nobody. You don't have to listen to me. I mean, and I'll say this, it's not a weird flex. I have more project management experience than anybody on their team. Period. Larger projects, no, they're going to say, well, you've never developed a video game. Yep, I don't have the video game managerial skill set, but I have the $4 billion project manager skill set. Steven put everything as the number one priority. He's leadership by firefighting, leadership by sprinkler. You've got 5 fires, and instead of addressing this one and addressing this one and addressing this one, you're like, okay, 5% of our effort here, 5% here, 5% here, back to this one, over to this one, back to this. You never got the node system working. Your entire world is built around the idea that these 5 castles form the apex of your zone control. And then so if you're only going to be launching the game with 1 continent, 2 castles, I would like Intrepid Studios to look at every single game that has ever launched of this style. ArcAge is one of the few that's existed in this style. There were supposed to be 6 castles in ArcAge at launch, or not at launch, but very quickly after launch. There were supposed to be 6 total castles, and then that whole area in Aurora was supposed to fill out, but they couldn't fix the castle system for like 3 years because the guys that were working on it got downsized and they went to work on BDO. EVE Online had territory control, and this is shit going back 15 years. And they had a problem with the pause system, the player-owned station system, that took them a lot of years to fix before they could move on. I do think a lot of gaming companies this day, nowadays, are off the mark on how they design and develop games. In the last 10 years, it's like the devs have been replaced by people lacking in common sense. The problem isn't that the devs are lacking common sense. The problem is the consumers are lacking common sense. For example, it's scope creep. Yeah, you're absolutely right. On Ashes, it is absolutely scope creep. Ashes of Creation reminds me an awful lot, and this is where I say I don't have video game creation experience, but I have project manager experience. I built houses. I oversaw construction. I'm not a carpenter. I'm not an electrician. I'm an electrical engineer, but I didn't pull residential wire. I can, but I didn't. That's not what my job was. I don't do roofing. I don't do masonry. I don't put in windows. I don't install countertops or tile floors or appliances. I'm the dude with the clipboard that makes sure everything gets done. I'm also the guy that goes to the customer and says, we can make that change now, but it's going to cost 10% more. Okay, we can make that change now, but it's going to cost 50% more. We can make that change now, but you're really better off letting us finish up the project and then do this as a remodel because it's going to be cheaper. Nope, we are past the point that we can make any changes. We're not making that change for you. And the most common one that I saw in home construction was people would see their blueprints. They would see their mock-up models. And this was the one that got me all the time. So here's their back door. And this is how their house would be. Here's their living room with a double window and then a bedroom and a bedroom and a bedroom. And they're like, oh, the back of the house isn't symmetrical. Yeah, no fucking shit. Like, we showed you that a bunch of times. And then they're like, oh, what we want to do is we want to make this bedroom have matching windows. Okay. Is the frame up? No problem. Let me run to the architect. Let me get him to fix that wall. Bring it to the carpenters. No problem. Oh, we've already put the siding on. Well, now that's a lot more fucking work. There's nothing wrong with Steven wanting to change the scope of Ashes of Creation. And I have to imagine that the producers that he eventually hired have tried to keep him reined in and said, if you change, you have your project management board and you should have all sorts of information on it. And then over here in the upper corner is what I call the parking lot. It's not just what I call it. It's the CPI term. You're in a meeting and somebody has a really good idea. Like, we're going to add bards being able to play in-game music on a keyboard or drum set or whatever. And everybody's like, yeah, that's a really good idea. And oh, look at how it's working in Where Winds Meet. And it's really working. And look how it worked in Arcade. And the player made music system. And look at all these things. And you say, okay, as a good project manager, they say, okay, I'm gonna put it into the parking lot right now until you give me man hours, money, time. So you tell me what my resources, my time, and my money, although that's up there. Money is a resource. So they give you those numbers. And you say, great. If you want to take this thing out of the parking lot, over here with all these other systems that you want to do, you can take this music thing out of the parking lot and bring it into the game. But somebody has to give me back a project off the board that covers my manpower, my money, and my time. Or we leave it in the parking lot as a, when we're done, it's the Jack Nicholson on The Departed. But if you leave the camera rolling, hey, the audio team is now done. They're 100% buttoned up. Okay, audio team, here's the next thing. Now we're ready to launch. Now, okay, now we add more work to you. I don't think it's. Oh yeah, we talked about that one. I'm surprised he can even afford Steam. Well, 30%. Well, not 30%. 65%. 65% of $40 or $50, whatever this is better than nothing. Oh, I don't know what it is because I already have it. And just because of how cascading... Oh, hold on. I wonder if Steven thinks keeping an unattainable scope can be leveraged into marketing by promising everything to everyone. That's exactly... That comment, wherever the fuck that comment is, that comment right there, that comment is basically what Steven has done the entire project. And unfortunately now, and you guys can love it, you guys can hate it, but Where Winds Meet is the game some people were looking for. It's not the game everybody was looking for, but Where Winds Meet is the game. It gives Ashes of Creation fans what they were looking for. Where Winds Meet. You don't have to worry about being fucked with when you're solo. It gives, and the combat's not great, the content isn't great, the lore isn't the same, it's a different IP, and I get all of that, but it gives some people the game they wanted. And back in the heyday of MMOs, I believe Once Upon a Time in a Land Far Away, there were WoW was the 21st game, big online game. And I know sometimes when we walk through yesteryear, some people will be like, well, oh, don't count that one, but do count. So we'll say it's number 21. There is a big difference between the quality of games we were getting 25 years ago, 20 years ago, and the quality of games we're getting now. We're getting games every single month. Now, they're not all MMOs. Very few of them are MMOs. They're not all online games. Very few of them are. But there are more games coming out now. Back in the day, you played an MMO because we knew it was bullshit. We knew it was boring content. We knew it was dailies. We knew it was a loop. But we got on TeamSpeak. We got on Ventrilo. We got on the other Skype. And I hated guilds that are like, we use Skype for guild communication. Like, I'd rather chew broken glass. But you hung out. Like, I remember with fondness Friday night raiding, getting off work, picking up a pizza or picking up, an Italian beef and fries, sitting down, putting the headset on, joking with friends, drinking a triple black, right? But now we don't have it. Somebody said I think in the Ashes of Creation comments is where I saw it. The world has changed. The world has changed. The gaming environment has changed. Back in the day, it was, hey, somebody tried to get Zozo into the raid. We need a strong healer that can carry. You used to be known in your online game. And that's what I thought Ashes was moving towards. Bringing back that old school, like, you're gonna have to have a tight-knit group. But here's the problem with that. That's not what the board meeting answer is, because that's not what the majority of consumers want. That's not what people are looking for. It's what some people are looking for. Just because of how cascading game development can be, if they even fix the node system later, it could cause tons of unseen problems. You're right. You are absolutely 1 billion% right. However you build it, it's like the thing I always hated was when being active duty military, and when they would do what's known as the dog and pony show, and there'd be a general on your base from like AFMC, Air Force Material Command, and they'd be like, oh, Lieutenant Jalan, General so-and-so is here, and he's interested in seeing the new terminal process. And I had to keep my mouth shut so I didn't get in trouble, but in the back of my head, I'm thinking, and who in the blue fuck said to anybody that this is ready to look at? The more people you invite to look at something early on, the more critical feedback you're going to take. And one of the flaws of Intrepid and their community management style is they don't like to hear the bad news at all. And if you don't give the bad news to them in a way that they find palatable, they just tell you to wait. They disregard you. Even if you give constructive feedback, if it's not the narrative they want, their response is wait and see. Well, not to be crude and not to be vulgar, but if my wife says she's making dinner, and the first thing she does is walk out into the backyard, scoop up dog shit, and bring it into the kitchen, I ain't eating in my own kitchen anymore. I'm gonna bring in a professional cleaning crew to clean that, to deep clean. I might even just burn the house down. It's like, the moment I see a bad part of the process happening, I'm gonna say, hey, what are you doing? The White Knight fan base of Intrepid Studios that they created, their response is just wait and see, wait and see, wait and see. Dude, I don't need to wait and see. I know this is a bad idea. Intrepid Studios not having their referral program. There is no, to my knowledge, let me back that up because I haven't gone looking in a while. To my knowledge, there is no referral write-up anymore. I have a copy. I have a hard copy. Because I'm a business person. I'm joining your referral program, making a copy of whatever documentation you had on that day. Now they have a referral program and they don't even have a write-up for it. Well, unfortunately for anybody at Intrepid, their anti-California Franchise Tax Board attorney that they retained, the chief financial officer that they replaced John Moore with, according to their documents. I don't know what John's role at the company is anymore, but I do know on the documents he's not listed as the CFO. The courts are going to say, well, this is the piece of paper that people were able to provide that shows you owe them 15%. Your argument doesn't matter. I also believe that trying to appeal to everyone is a game for no one. Yes. A game for everyone is a game for no one. That's where the idea that boardroom decisions stifle innovation is correct, because the board, if you've never seen Margin Call with Jeremy Irons, it's a really great it's a really, really great movie. He says, so that we can survive. He's talking about taking an action that's going to hurt people so they can survive. That's what the developers of all these games do. I can spend 50 cents and make $1. Or I can try to be innovative, spend 95 cents to make the same dollar. Steven's not wrong in the idea that innovation gets stifled. But Steven was wrong in trying, like, we're going to design Apocalypse because what's it going to do for us? Give us a bad reputation. Give us a bad name. We're gonna do this. We're gonna put our effort into this 12-1 draw call so that we can have more players on the screen. Okay, having more players visible on the screen is good, but unless you have solved the Unreal Engine, we're gonna say grid problem. How many people can you have on grid? How many actors can you have on grid? Then having a 12-1 draw call doesn't save. It's helpful for the client. It's helpful for my client to be able to show 400 people instead of the ArcAge problem. If you're not familiar with ArcAge, people would line up their back line in front and they'd all pull out battle pets. They'd all pull out mounts. They'd all have the like bullshit little flying thing behind them. Because then when the combat started, the front line would step in front and you can't render them. You're being killed by somebody you can't see because your client could only render so many enemies at one time. That's what the 12-1 draw call will solve. It'll solve my GPU not melting through my floor and I can see everybody. But it doesn't solve the fact that this particular grid can only process 4 million actions a minute. So now they say we're doing dynamic gridding. But you'll notice that nobody who's allowed to challenge them anymore has asked them, it's great that you're doing dynamic gridding. Now, explain it thoroughly. How does that solve the problem? Speaking of battle pets, thank God they're getting rid of that in Ashes of Creation. Oh, they said they're getting rid of the breeding for battle pet system? They're getting rid of the animal husbandry for battle pet system? That's fucking terrible then. That's terrible. Yet another system that they're killing. Let's wait and see. I don't need to wait to see the shit when it smells like shit. Battle pets, well then, again, they got to give a whole lot of people a whole lot of refunds or figure out what they said. They probably don't even know what they said. They're not getting rid of battle pets. Let's be honest. They're not getting rid of battle pets because they think it's the good idea. They're getting rid of battle pets because they have no earthly idea how to make it work. Because battle pets were something that people... For some people, battle pets were their one thing. That's why they were excited about Ashes, in order to be an animal breeder. Battle pets would be more interesting models than actual summons. Right. Wolfagar has the quote mostly on lock. Battle pets would be more interesting models than actual summons, and yet we're getting rid of battle pets. And why? See, and there is where, hey, appreciate that. Appreciate the YouTube comment. That if they're getting rid of battle pets, it's another example of Steven put the cart before the horse. He put the money before the cart, and he had no earthly idea what he was doing. He promised all these systems, and they can't make them work. Now, are battle pets a great idea? Not necessarily. But they're a really great idea if you're going to have a summoner class. So that somebody being attacked by a summoner can summon a battle pet to engage the summons while you engage the summoner. And there's not a singular right answer or a singular wrong answer. It simply becomes a matter of why are you doing it? You obviously had a battle pet idea a long time ago in a land far away. Your combat system should have been designed with the idea of battle pets. So now how are you going to realign your combat system if you're not going to have those? And it's, again, I'm not saying it can't be done. It absolutely can be done. Steven said the battle pets would just use the summoner pet system, but it's not on the MVP list at the moment for official launch. But he seemed more disappointed in losing the battle pets more so that the other half of the world. Well, the problem is you built a community around you full of sycophants. You built a community around you of people stroking you off, stroking your ego, telling you what a good job you're doing. And the truth of the matter is, if you want real motivation, you don't need somebody to give you pats on the back and tell you how great you are. You need, yeah, you built an echo chamber. I don't need to be told how great I am. And I had a really, really cool boss. My last boss was actually my first boss in the military. I went from headquarters, base level, Pentagon, back to base level where I'm from. They put me back in my state because they had a feeling I was going to get retired. So they brought me back to my home of record in case I had to be retired. And I did. It's fine. But my last boss was my first boss. And she was fucking amazing because she did not give me pats on the back. She didn't give me pats on the head. She told me where I was fucking up and how to be better. That's what an awful lot of people tried to do for Ashes of Creation for an awful lot of years. And then they didn't want to hear it. Well, when you have 2,000 people telling you how great you're doing, but they paid $2,500 to be in that group of people. As I've said, I'm going to use Disney for an example because I don't want to constantly beat on Intrepid. I'm going to use Disney for example. There is a segment of the Disney fan base. It doesn't matter. You could fucking decapitate Mickey Mouse in a cartoon and they'd love it. Disney has a fan base that will defend every decision Disney makes. And then you have the opposite end. You have people who hate Disney because it's called Disney. Yeah, it sounds like the Apple fan base. There are people that will defend iPhones. I don't get into... Yeah, well, Disney didn't kill Predator and Alien for you. Let me back that up a second. Though the Predator and the Alien ideas were already pipelined in Fox. Ridley Scott, I believe, has been overseeing Alien. The new Predator, the follow-up to Prey, is 100% Disney. Predators was Troublemaker Studios, I think. The one with Danny Trejo. Am I gonna play Badlands? Yeah, Badlands is a Disney product. I haven't seen it yet. Don't ruin it for me. But that's a Disney product. I haven't played. Am I gonna be playing tomorrow? Am I still gonna stay away from those part? I'm gonna try to play a little bit tomorrow. Unfortunately, my gaming PC had one of the 4 Intel chips that had to be RMA'd. So it'll be at Origin for probably 9 more days. And then shipment time. So I'm on a single box for a bit. I'm going to try to play Ashes. It's always been kind of crappy on my 3090. And I would love to pre-download. And I heard Steven say some bullshit. I heard Steven talk some massive bullshit. We're not enabling a pre-download for Ashes of Creation because, and I'm paraphrasing, it'll help spread out the player base. So would a fucking pre-download. You don't have a pre-download ready. Dude, stop talking bullshit. You don't have a pre-download ready. because you don't have the launch day build. You're probably cooking it today and putting it up on the servers late tonight, the download servers, so that when Steam goes live tomorrow, people can start downloading. Yeah, you're either going to download and play when it launches or not. Time difference is staggering players, not downloads. Yes. 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 Yeah, most people have pretty similar standard internet. Yes. Also, most people, no offense, most people know that if they leave their Steam open, they can either remote in or you can't download a game without being there, remote into your PC to hit download. But you can start the download and then walk away and I'm going to work. That's fine. Leave my PC on and let it download that shit. It's just the answers they give sometimes fucking baffle me. They're like, yeah, we're not doing a pre-download so that we can spread out the player base. And we're not fucking ducks because we're eating chickens. There you go. When WOD launched for a while, there were 6-hour queues. I used to remote in from work to queue and then stay logged in on my ride home. When I was still active duty playing ArcAge with those ridiculous queues, I'm not even bullshitting you. I had a drinking duck and it was aimed at my space bar. So I would log in. My wife would get up. She'd make sure that the drinking bird was doing its thing. Fuck that game. I'm not spending 5 hours in queue. I'm sorry. It's not happening. What archetype am I going to play? I'm going to check out Summoner because it's the last one that I kind of give a shit about. I think the new Black Ops is a good example of this. People don't need to play it when they can see it's not designed in a desirable way. Absolutely. We're living in the world. I know some people are going to hate this statement, and don't hate me because I'm beautiful, but Asmongold is the Annette Bening of the American President. He's that of the MMO world. If you've never seen the movie The American President with Annette Bening, Michael J. Fox, Michael Douglas, and Martin Sheen, it's a great movie. In it, Annette Bening says, on election day, people vote the way I tell them to vote. She's a political closer. That's Asmongold. I'm sorry if people don't like his politics or people don't like his views or people don't like this or people that don't like that. When he puts out a position, he's the popsicle guy from Zootopia. Asmongold is the fox from Zootopia, and he gets the first part of the line to follow the shiny popsicle. Now, some people go their own way, but for the most part, what Asmongold says resonates with a lot of people. His MMO views, not his political views, not his world views, but his MMO views. I agree with him on about 90% of the things that he says, video game wise. He's not wrong, but people don't like him. People don't want him to get more influential. Well, like video game company like Intrepid, who kind of stroked Asmongold's ego by making the Asmongold character and calling him and talking to him, they should have, no shit, flown him out to the studios. They should have flown Asmongold out to the studios and said, we want to fly you in, feed you fucking Wendy's chili, give you a hotel room, and we want to have a sit down with you and pick your brain. What's it going to cost you? $50,000 for his time, the flight, the hotel. He wouldn't go, let's be real. I think he would go. I absolutely think he would go. You give him the opportunity to give pointed feedback. You give him an opportunity to be heard and help shape a game. That's... you're not going to get him with more money. Because he said the other day, he has all the money he ever needs. but you get him by saying, we want your help to make an MMO better. Yeah, he was blasting the non-consensual PvP and corruption system on someone's chat last night. I have been saying that the non-consensual PvP system in Ashes of Creation is utter dog shit from the very beginning of hearing about the corruption system. Like, they're like, oh, this corruption system is going to stop people from ganking. No, the fuck it's not. No, it is not going to stop people from ganking. Because... yeah, especially for streamers, because he couldn't play Ashes on stream due to the non-consensual PvP. Remember what Steven said when I brought it up to him. Hey man, you gotta change this PvP idea. The PvP isn't gonna work. You can't have people running around killing level 1s. If you have corruption on a character, that's the only character that you can log in. There has to be something. There's gotta be a big fucking stick. Otherwise, how many characters can I have on my account? 8. Great. I make my main and I make 7 alts. Have them all made. Level all my alts up to like level 2 or level 3. Takes a couple of minutes. Run around, be a murder hobo in the starting area, fucking piss people off and kill them. Oh no, my alt with corruption. My alt with corruption. And there you go. What is the solution for the intended system? Really great question. I'm glad you asked. Let me say this. What's my solution for non-consensual PvP? Make PvP always opt in, not opt out. For example, you want a PvP, castle sieges, node sieges, guild wars, node wars, caravans, flagging in, arenas. Right there. You're telling me that you have a system that has recurring content of castle sieges, node sieges, guild wars, node wars, caravans, flagging, and an arena system. Duels? Yeah, sure. Duels? If you're telling me that people who want actual PvP can't get PvP from those, and Revelation Online had a really great thing. It was Siege Saturday night. There were 3 times... no, let me back that up. They did have Siege Saturday night, which was a fucking beautiful system. But they also had this evening duel over an island. And you bid on your slot, and then you got rewards. Great. There's 3 time slots a night, I believe, if I remember correctly, for each arena, and the biggest guilds bid in to fight each other. If you can't create enough playgrounds for the PvPers to go to, they're going to turn around and they're going to become predators of the sheeple, of the Care Bears. Everybody says, oh, PvP is the wave, PvP is this, PvP is great, everybody wants PvP. Everybody wants PvP, yet Once Human, another game that I cover, is getting rid of their permanent servers for the PvP scenarios due to low population. Everybody wants PvP, and yet the WoW PvP servers back in the day, I know the PvP's all changed now. I don't give a shit enough to learn it. But back in the day, WoW servers were 92% Horde, 8% Alliance. 89% Alliance, 11% Horde. Well, I thought you wanted PvP. You don't want PvP, you want ganks. And that's where focus groups, I think Steven shit on focus groups as well. That's where focus groups tell you how to build your product to cater to everyone. Let me, an honest to God question. In shit, how many years have I been streaming? 9 years? Nobody has ever given me a satisfactory answer to this question. What is the mutually beneficial outcome to open world ganking? What's the mutually beneficial outcome? That is, how do both players get content? Pay to winners and 16 a day grinders want gear-based gank styler PvP so they can feel powerful. Yes. You stopped playing because of the non-consensual PvP. Yes. Getting corruption doesn't fix the bad taste in your mouth when you keep getting killed trying to collect your cabbage for your level 5 quest. Yes. Yes. Even the Node War system. What's my solution? And that's a great thing to call me out on. So you have a node. How would I do this? I would have civilians. I would have citizens. And I would have garrison. Now, here's how I would put that together. If you join the garrison, and again, I'm not going to work on this quote unquote reward system. There has to be one. If you're in the garrison, you get bonuses to whatever the reward system is for being in the node. Monthly cosmetic tokens. You're automatically signed up to defend the node in node wars and node sieges. You don't have to fight for a space. You get offered the space. You're a member of the garrison. Standing, prestige, monetary, whatever the system is, you get a nice healthy heaping of it. But you're flagged for both types of PvPs, sieges and wars. Now, citizens, when a war happens, the conscription notice goes out and says, do you want to join the defense force? Do you want to join the militia for this one war? When the siege comes, do you want to join the militia for this one war? Do I want to opt in one time? And then civilians, no PvP. No PvP both ways. You can't join the wars. You can't join the sieges. You also can't be dragged into them. You're a non-combatant. Just like a Red Cross wear. Now you say he wants a world, not just a game. And you're right. A lot of people will say you got to have open world PvP if you want an open world. But why? What's the mutually beneficial thing? For example, Where Winds Meet kind of solves this problem a little bit. They have an arena system. When you lose an arena or win an arena, you get arena XP. Now, obviously, when you win, you get more. But if you do the arena, you're 20 times a week for your guild status, you are getting arena XP for bonus traits only used in the arena. That's a great fucking system. Look, the more arena you do, the more character development you get for arena PvP. It's a great system. You take that and you apply it to node sieges in node wars. You take that militia man idea, you take that civilian, citizen, and garrison, and you have a garrison passive tree. The more time you spend in your node's garrison, the more crit rate you get, the more defense you get, the more crit damage you get when you're in garrison PvP. So now we take that system and we say, why is it important for the leadership of the node to keep the guilds happy that are PvPers? Because we want you to be a member of our garrison for a long time, because then you individually are stronger when you're in node wars or node sieges. So you asked me how I do the system better? You create a horizontal progression with a vertical power scaling for the people that spend a long time in the garrisons. The moment you leave the garrison, though, you wipe all those bonuses because you got experience as a member of the 5 Aces. You don't have any experience in Harley Quinn's Jokers. Know what I'm saying? So now you create conflict where now you have a garrison that wants to PvP. So what are they doing? They're spending their time PvPing. And they're leaving everybody else the fuck alone. It's kind of like the EVE Online problem. A real world does not equal mobs of mass murderers running around. You're right. You look at the EVE Online problem. EVE Online's problem was people that wanted to stay in high sec and just mine ice and just mission run and just bullshit and hang out with their friends. They lost their ships, they got hunted, they got killed, they got war decked. And you get people that lose everything and they're like, fuck it, I'm done with the game. The problem with trying to make a video game that too closely resembles the real world is we don't have a choice. We have to engage in the real world. Like I can't get up tomorrow and say, you know what? I'm not logging in. I'm not logging into life tomorrow. So that's why some of the mundane bullshit that you experience in your real day-to-day life, you don't want to see recreated in a video game. Yeah, you are not your player. Don't assume that you epitomize your typical player. Player-centric game designs require you to imagine what it's like to be your player, even if that person is very different from you. Concept elements are permanent. You must not make changes to concept elements of your game. The game concept, audience, player role, and dream that it fulfills once you have started in the elaboration stage of design. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Steven doesn't know if he's building a single family home, a duplex, a quadplex, an apartment building, a condo building, a hotel. He doesn't know. How does gear fit into my concept? Separate gear for PvP, PvE? No, I don't think you need separate gear for PvP and PvE. I think you go with something along the lines of what Once Human does with their gear and their stats. It's like me shooting you has a 50% chance to stun for 5 seconds. Underneath that, in PvP, player will be stunned for 2.5 seconds. I don't think you need separate gear, because and you absolutely can if, and again, throwing the idea at the wall, throwing the spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks. You can certainly have PvP gear progression through arenas, and that's another thing you could do. The longer you're in the garrison, you're able to unlock PvP gear. The more times you spend in the arena, you're able to unlock runes and enchants and inscriptions. But you don't want everything to come from one source. Otherwise, as somebody said earlier, that sweaty who plays 16 hours a day just accumulates all the best PvP gear. That person can have a fucking treasure dragon trove of arena enchants. Just make them non-tradable. You can't trade these arena enchants, or go a step further. Your arena enchants expire at the end of the arena season. There's lots of ways you can do it. We don't know exactly how we want to take this red brick and stick it to this blue brick, but we've got a lot of red bricks. We've got a lot of blue bricks. We can put things together. I meant to send this earlier, but a good example of the PvP problem is Arc Raiders. Getting killed while trying to gather items for a quest kind of sucks. Feels like wasted time depending on how long that run lasts. Arc Raiders, an extraction looter shooter, automatically brings with it the problem of people camping the extraction point. So how do you get away with it? Do you try to change the people, or do you try to change the design? Well, this is where, and I'm sorry, this is going to make me sound like an academic elite son of a bitch, and it is what it is. If you don't have an understanding of human psychology, you cannot build a game for humans to play. Period. Dot. 95% of people will take the path of least resistance. If there's not a penalty for being a griefer, why would I not be a griefer? A great example of what you talked about is the original idea of the game was not pay to win ArcAge, which had a niche community that liked open world PvP fighting over bosses and pirates. This is just Steven trying to cater to everyone, so it doesn't make that niche community happy, or the regular MMO consensual PvP community happy. Wild Shot. I will solve that problem for you, and you'll love it. I can give you what you want without making open world PvP. Watch this. It's this simple. World boss, and just for the sake of me not having to draw out a bunch of stuff, world boss. There's 3 world bosses in our game. This week, this one is non-contested. Underworld means, and this one is non-contested, meaning if you want a PvP there, you have to be in a war or a siege or a feud. But this world boss, as soon as you set foot in the world boss's radius, you're flagged for PvP. And then next week, this one might be the flagged one. The week after, it might be this one again. The week after, it might be this one. You want to set it up so it's never 2 in a row, but it's always random. You could even do wait. If you haven't been, every week you're not the PvP, you get a token, and it increases the odds. Now, do we do a third? Yeah, but we'd like our game to have more than 3 world bosses. So at launch, you have 15 world bosses. Okay? 10 are non-PvP, 5 are PvP. Now, I just gave... I gave both groups of people what they want, and I didn't take anything away from anybody. I didn't create that much extra work. The world boss development team is still going to develop the world bosses. But now the PvP team has got to figure out how to make these bosses, and it doesn't have to be weekly. It could be every spawn. Every spawn it rolls the dice. Am I PvP or am I PvE? Why is that cool as shit? We take it a step further. This is what you do in CPI meetings. That's cool. 10 more words. Okay, so now the bosses spawn and we don't know if they're PvP or not. So now you're going to have groups of people out there trying to contest. But remember, I didn't say you can PvP. I said you are flagged for PvP. So what does that mean? Your guild tries to bring 100 people to the fight, but you're in 2 50-person parties. Your 2 parties are flagged to each other. Your 2 raids. Now you have to have people at the top of your shot callers who are strategic minded. And what that does is it forces player development, not just character development. It forces player development. Like Faye, Frost, take your people, you're PvPing, stay the shit away from us. We're killing the boss. If any of them get close enough to us, we'll engage on our own. We'll defend our own 50-man raid. You go harass them, but stay the hell out of friendly fire range. Well, I don't like the idea of friendly fire. It's over a world boss. The world boss is raid content, not guild content. And the moment you just slap that disclaimer on it, the world bosses are raid content, not guild content. So this is why there's friendly fire. There is no friendly fire inside of your raid, but there's friendly fire from your raid out. Number 1, it stops outside healing. It stops that outside healer bullshit, right? Number 2, you're starting to see a little interior guild player friction. Well, we're the PvP component. Why don't we get weighted preference on gear drops? Ooh, you wanted to develop a real world with some player friction? Let's put barbs back on the roses so there's some player friction. Even inside guild friction. Maybe we think about this and we say, hold on guys, I want to put together a Tiger team. We want to talk about the idea of guilds. Maybe we get rid of the idea of guilds the way they are, where they're just random on launch day, gather up everybody so we have everybody in this conglomerate. We see which people are contributing guild XP to us, and then we kick out the people that aren't logging in every 6 hours, and we get new people. What if we changed guilds? We talk about innovation. Steven's big on innovation. Let's change how guilds work. If Throne and Liberty did something that the big guilds teamed together and wouldn't let anybody else compete, then they did it wrong. Because remember, if every raid is flagged to every other raid, it means you can't have allies assist in PvP because all I got to do is mage ball on top of you, get on top of you, then the outside party can only single person attack. They can't AoE attack, or they're hitting their allies as well. You gotta go. It can't be something like that. It has to be laser focused. No, I lost where I was gonna go, but that's okay. Oh, guilds. What if instead of having these monstrosities that are a big ass guild with just 50 random people in it, what if we changed guilds a little bit, and inside of the social system we added house, and a house is 10 people, right? And a guild is 5 houses. Well, if we're going to do 10 people, then our party size needs to be 5. Now you don't have 50 disconjointed people, you have 5 disconjointed groups of 10. But since parties are 5 in our game, what you have is you have 2 disconjointed statics in a house. Well, why do we want to do that? Because now we've created a house system that we can put benefits to, right? That you can't just stack with alts, because you need to be each player needs to be active. Now, does it stop the 16-hour-a-week players? No, but we can't design everything around the what do we do with the 16-hour-a-day players. It's just about making little changes to say, what are the problems? So how do we make them better? If content is 5 people, put 10 people in a house, and however you're going to do your dungeon lockout, allow the house to have extra runs if they're running with all house members. This dungeon has a maximum run of 3 a day, but my fix for PvP is exactly what Throne and Liberty did. If it is, if it's what Throne and Liberty did, then it ironically is parallel development of what I'm thinking the solution is and what Throne and Liberty did. I haven't played Throne and Liberty. I haven't studied it. I haven't dissected it. I haven't watched content on it. I was not aware that they were advocating, or they did what I was suggesting. If they did exactly, then that's great. I'd love to go study it and see where it went wrong to do the next evolution on it. Hard problem to fix. People want easy content. Oh yeah, I love this statement, because you're absolutely right. Hard problem to fix. People want easy content, but also quit those games because they get boring. Definitely need some level of friction to create social aspect to the game, which is what people want. You're absolutely right. Right now, I call Where Winds Meet, and I'm going to be later, before I end the show today, I got to drop into the Where Winds Meet category and do my... I accidentally touched a button in Twitch, so I got to cover it. But they also gave guilds 7 free world boss kills a week, completely uncontested in their guild base. See, that's terrible. If Throne and Liberty gave guilds 7 free world boss kills in a week, completely uncontested, then what they did is they did not do what I'm advocating for, because they took too much friction away. So the world boss thing is important, because even though this world boss spawned in the system that I think would work better, and this is a non-PvP world boss. Are you in a guild war? Yes. Well, then you can still fight around the world boss. Are you in a node war? Are you in a family feud? Are you in any of those things? Yeah. Well, then, while everybody else in my party is immune, this guy that I picked up as a random is in a family feud, and 3 members of the family that he's in a feud with, they can kill him, he can kill them. They added it because people cried about it. We gotta stop saying people cried about it. We gotta stop saying people cried about it, Because giving feedback about why you don't like a product isn't crying about it. It's giving your reason. I'm not going to continue to support this product because of these reasons. Where Winds Meet is a halftime game. I only need to play Where Winds Meet from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till about 4:30. I get done with all my daily content. And because there's time gates and there's lockouts, there's nothing else for me to do. So me giving suggestions isn't, quote, crying about it. It's giving feedback. I'm a lot more liberal with what Where Winds Meet does, is because it's a game with over 150 hours of content, absolutely free. Even if you don't want to give them a penny, you can download the game, play through the main storyline, and have a good time. It's a decent Wuxia IP. Have to incentivize the contested boss, or people will complain it's pointless PvP. 7 free is way too much. Well, you don't have to incentivize the contested boss. You don't have to do that. What you have to do is turn around and say to people, you asked for areas where there's PvP. You asked for PvP. We gave you PvP. Don't talk to us about giving you an extra incentive to go PvP. The problem is game devs have got to be brave enough to push back on the niches when they're asking for the absurd. You wanted PvP, right? Yeah. Your complaint was that PvEers don't have friction. Yeah. So we created world bosses that you can PvP over. Well, yeah, but while we're PvPing over this world boss, people are just doing the non-contested ones. Okay, then why don't you send half of your forces to try to go burn those bosses and leave half of your forces here to contest the boss? Well, we can't do it. Sounds like a you problem then. Sounds like a leadership problem. Sounds like you need better guild leadership. You need a better idea of what the hell you're trying to accomplish. Shit, man, we used to go kill Anthalon with 20 people in Slayers. Drax was our guild leader. He would say, you have go kill Anthalon, you have stay here and contest Kraken. It's one of the good things if you do, you can even make your your loot rules have a, this is bound gear, but it can be traded to anybody that's been in the guild X amount of time. Can be traded to anybody that was in the guild on the drop date. Now split my forces. If people want PvP, let's give them PvP, but let's give them meaningful PvP. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just jump straight over to the video. I kind of we went down a good sidetrack, but all right. Now I haven't watched this. I have no idea what's coming.
Content.
Yes, thank you.
We also have Vladis, the glorious Vladis. Vladis, how you doing, brother? Love the hat.
Thank you, thank you. Inspired by a pretty good person I used to know, or I do know, thankfully.
Used to know. Oh my God. Am I dead already?
No. Great to see everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's going to be an awesome one. I can't wait.
Always enjoy your content as well, Vladis. Of course, you have great conversations, great theory crafting. You're very close to your community, as is nice, of course. So happy to have you. And then we have joining us Lude Lloyd. Lude Lloyd, where did that name come from? Where did Lude Lloyd come from?
Lloyd is actually like my favorite game character from Legend of the Dragoon. He's like the hero.
Is that a weeb show?
Oh
it's a Japanese RPG, so yeah, you can go with weeb. But yeah, then there's Lude. I like watching the anime. I'm a little bit of a weeb, so yeah.
Nice.
You're not too far off, actually.
Happy to have you, brother. Always love your videos that you produce. You have great takes, great theory crafting, positive attitude. Want to see the success of the game. Happy to have you and your questions today as well. And Zyback TV, our resident PvP ganking extraordinaire. Zyback, how you doing, brother?
Doing good.
I remember the first time I think that we ever met. You were streaming, I believe it was Crowfall.
Correct. Yeah.
And I jumped into your chat because I was looking around. Love Gordon. Love J. Todd Coleman.
Yep.
Really thought that the vision that they had for Crowfall was great. And when they did their launch, I was going around different streams and checking in and see how things were going. And I jumped into your stream, I think I recall, and said, "Hey, how's this game looking?"
Yeah, you were chatting me up for like an hour. Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
that
cool.
was fun.
Hey, you got
That was
Blair
awesome.
now.
I know we do.
Yeah.
Blair is phenomenal. Love Blair. Blair's a
Yep.
great dude. Did an unbelievable job with the phishing implementation. Probably one of our cleanest complex feature implementations that we've actually ever had. So very.
Your cleanest complex implementation, because your entire sports phishing is a carbon copy of ArcAge.
Very excited to have Blair, and excited to have you too and your questions. I know you represent a great demographic in the community, having a significant interest in PvP.
Correct.
So excited to have your takes as well. Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Everyone in the audience, thank you for tuning in. I know that it is a late night tonight. Obviously, things at the studio are very hectic right now. We are literally in the final stretch towards our early access launch on Steam. That's on December 11th, which is holy shit, 2 days. Oh, can I say that? Are we mature audience tonight? I mean, it is.
Yeah, sure.
Very
It's
mature.
late. Most people
Let's
are
go
asleep that are underage, right? But it has been a mad dash for us. So I actually didn't know that this was scheduled for the evening until literally I was in my director's triage about an hour ago, and Margaret was like, you have that Q&A tonight. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna need to make a cup of coffee because this morning started at 5 a.m. But as usual, as I've told you guys, I am very conversational. I know that you guys have questions. I think it's great for the audience if we converse about some of those questions back and forth a little bit. So I of course can be a Q&A pinata. You can hit me and I can throw out answers, but I can also talk about the answers with you. And I think that that's something that the community prefers because they get a lot of insight. And I'm happy to have those conversations with you guys. So let's get into it. We might go beyond an hour. Which one of you has your first question ready?
All right, I will start us off. MMOs, including Ashes of Creation, often have problems, especially in PvP, balancing ranged versus melee. How do you plan to better incentivize melee and melee auto attacks and improve time to kill so large-scale PvP isn't just interactions from a distance?
That is an age-old dilemma. And I think that many of us have probably seen different games tackle this problem in different ways. As a matter of fact, those of you who have been around for several years may recall that back in the early Alpha 1 implementation days, I had the bright idea, wasn't actually turned out to be a bright idea, but I had the bright idea of setting a minimum distance on the ranged weapons.
Okay, so this is how you know that there's a flaw in the entire thought process, in the entire interview process. You're going back to things at the very beginning. Like, you notice how this is a very political answer so far. You got to ask the question, how do you plan to better incentivize melee and melee auto attacks and improve the time to kill so large scale PvP isn't just interactions from a distance? And now you're talking about the bad things you did. But the part was, you were told, what years ago, you were like, hey, we're going to put this minimum distance on ranged weapons. And that's where the idea of a great sword using Ranger came from. But that's not answer the question that was asked. Just get on to the point of the question.
So if ever a target came within that threshold, you actually could not use your ranged weapon. And that actually had a more negative response from the community. There are ways that we can address this that relate to like damage fall off, relate to accuracy fall off. You can have power scaling difference between, ranged weapons and melee weapons. You can apply hit effects on melee weapons like, disables or hamstringing your target to some degree. You also have cone of effects that apply to our melee weapons right now, which allow you to do more of a type of AoE style to it. How do we plan to better incentivize melee and ranged weapon going forward? I know that this is a topic on the combat team side, and there's some lively discussions between the combat designers on how they want to approach this. I don't necessarily have an answer that I can give you right now that's like, we're definitively going to take this path. But I can tell you that what we want to do is we want to try a number of ideas.
I don't know if I'm supposed to laugh or fucking cry here. You don't know what your fucking design idea is 9 years in to game development. You don't know how you're going to solve what is probably the hardest combat question and you're at 9 years in. Before I hear the rest of his answer, let me say this. And I know a lot of people don't like this, and that's okay. You don't have to like it. There's two thought processes here for how we do balance. And we're going to use the very typical tank, support, damage dealer. And we're going to try to do rock, paper, scissors, right? Here's the problem with rock, paper, scissors. Somebody has to lose to somebody. Somebody has to beat somebody. If tanks can beat damage dealers, the damage dealers aren't going to be happy because they were just beaten by a tank. The damage dealers can kill support, which gives them a chubby in their pants. But then support can kill tanks. And how in the fuck did that happen? A damage dealer can't kill a tank, but a support can kill a tank. That don't work. So we try to go around the other way. Tanks killing support. Oh, okay. Support killing damage dealers. Damage dealers aren't going to be happy they got killed by a cleric. Damage dealers killing tanks. So the tank can kill the support, but the tank can't mitigate enough of the see, it doesn't, rock, paper, scissors doesn't work in this regard. And I know you're like, but the question was about ranged. I know. We'll get there. So the other solution that makes nobody happy, and sometimes the solution you want is the one that makes nobody happy, is either there is no rock, paper, scissors balance, and a tank can kill a support can kill a tank, support can kill a damage dealer can kill support, tank and damage dealer same way. Either you do your balance that way, or you do your balance where, assuming equal gear, equal player skill, equal development, 1v1 at level 50, nobody can kill anybody. On paper. Like I said, then it becomes a matter of what gear do you have? What XP do you have? What horizontal progression have you done? What vertical growth have you done? And yes, I know this sounds really counterintuitive. You don't have to have your game set up that at end level, max level, anybody is on paper destined to kill anybody. Rock, paper, scissors, the melee, archer, and mage DPS. The tank doesn't die 1v1 at DPS, and support always loses 1v1 is always best balance. No, that's here's the thing. That's terrible dog shit balance. Rock, paper, scissors, that's terrible. You should not have it where the tank doesn't... If the tank doesn't die to DPS, then the tank should not die to a support. And that's the problem with RPS. When you RPS, it that type of balancing literally means you lose to somebody, you win against somebody, and you tie somebody. Can't support kill a tank by out sustaining him and chipping him away? Good question. Why does the support have enough damage output to exceed the tank's mitigation capability, but the tank couldn't mitigate the damage dealer, or the tank could mitigate the damage dealer? So in this scenario, the tank beats the damage dealer. We're talking about the white line over here. The tank beats the damage dealer, but the damage dealer can put out a hell of a lot more damage than a support can. But the tank can't mitigate down a support's damage output, but he was able to mitigate out the damage dealers. That's why rock, paper, scissors balancing is bad. Because when you're talking about support. Now, to talk about melee, archer, and mage, if we cut inside of damage dealers and we talk about mage, ranged, and melee, now we get into the idea of range should be able to kill mages should be able to kill range, but this becomes not RPS balancing. This becomes a matter of skill. This becomes a matter of choice. This becomes a matter of build. Not because there's the build you took, there's player skill. For example, I'm a mage, and in what you're saying with Wild Shot, I'm a mage who's decided to wear plate, which means against melee and ranged, I'm gonna have an advantage because I have a lot of physical defense. But it means my ass is cooked against the fellow mage because plate does no magic resist. Or stock plate. This is where we get the idea of we've got to break the mindset of players of RPS balancing. Because RPS balancing at its core is shit. RPS, you should not design with RPS in mind. What you should do is you should go round robin, and I'll go back to the Trinity, right? So we're gonna use the number 7. So a tank mitigates 5, damages 2. A support heals 5, damages 2. A damage dealer mitigates or heals 0, damages 7. Now, right here, if you keep everything else equal, this boils down to a game of chance. But just generally, usually ranged over mage, mage over melee, melee over ranged, but an actual balanced game should be room for outplay. No, it shouldn't be balanced that way at all. That's the fucking problem. And I'll loop back around in a second to show you why. If you balance everything out this way, the number 7, everybody will kill each other, and it'll boil down to accuracy rolls, dodge rolls. Assuming we're doing waterfall stats, it's going to boil down to dice rolls. But what we end up doing is we give the tank 100 hit points, we give the damage dealer 85 hit points, we give the support 70 hit points, and now, even though we balanced the key stat, what we've done by giving them unequal amounts of hit points, we've inadvertently created rock, paper, scissors. Why do tanks in MMOs have more hit points than clerics? Because in Dungeons and Dragons, the barbarian and the paladin have more hit points because they're at the front of the column of miniatures, because they have to be able to survive a hit. You're a cleric with 3 hit points, and the maximum damage output of these orcs is a 4, meaning you can take exactly 0 full hits. Would be easier if PvP didn't just have 3 types of classes and just went damage versus damage. You're right. But now to go back to the idea where you say ranged over mage, mage over melee, melee over ranged. Can I ask a question? How the hell did the mage kill the melee, but the ranger can't? How in this balancing, which I see people want to do, how did the mage beat the melee, but the ranger can't beat the melee? Because the mage and the ranger should both have CC, mobility restriction, escapes, and they should be winning by pelting down the melee. If a mage can beat a melee, a range should be able to beat a melee. It makes absolutely no sense that a melee can beat a ranger. Usually range have less CC. Right. Usually range have less CC, but why? And we'll do this. So we'll do ranged, mage. We're going to do F for fighters so that we know. If they have CC and mobility, they have 5 CC and 2 mobility. But the ranger has, right? The ranger has, I'll just do flip inverse. The ranger has 2 CC and 5 mobility. If these two classes are balanced, I'm gonna put balanced. Appreciate that, Trekker. How is the fighter getting on top of one and not getting on top of the other? Because if the ranger only has a snare and a trap, but has 5 mobilities, the fighter should never be able to get on top of the ranger if they can't get on top of the mage. Again, we go back to the number 7. And this is, I took Game Design and Development 101, and our professor always took us back to the rule of 7. Everything you build needs to be equal. Fighter. So what we're going to do is between 7 points, we're going to distribute CC, CC break, and mobility. Now this can either be fixed or it can be player choice. But, and again, what we're saying is, and that's an important thing to put on. If you're a fighter and you had access to 7 mobility, CC breaks, CCs, and mobility, and you took none of them and instead decided to get more damage passives, then that's not, we don't need to fix you. You made bad choices. That's where you get player skill and build. But I should not be able to spend these points outside of these skills. So I have 7 points. I go 2 CC breaks. I go 3 mobility. I go 2 CC. The fighter decides to have no CC, goes 4 CC breaks, 3 mobility. Well, now based on choice, this fighter should be able to get on top of that ranger. Because they're matched in mobility, right? They each have the same level of mobility, but the ranger can't CC the fighter because the fighter will always have a CC break on cooldown. Now that makes sense. Now we didn't, as the developer, build the developer meta that says rangers are fucked against fighters. What we said was, Jalan is fucked against fighters because he built his ranger poorly. Because then when the players are like, well, I can't, and that's when you allow your rabid player base to self-correct. Well, I keep getting beaten by fighters. Well, post your build. I post my build. Well, dumbass, your build is bad. Who are you trying to kill? Well, I'm trying to be an all-arounder. Good. If you're trying to be an all-arounder, you should have about a 50% win rate. We've got to stop trying to solve problems at the wrong level. Give the player, like, for example, Magic the Gathering is a great talking point for this. Not this modern shit commander nonsense, but back in the day, I had a deck a Thrall deck. 4 Thrall champions, all Thralls, 4 Bad Moons. You wanna not have anything that can destroy enchantments? Well, you're fucked, because I'm gonna generate a 0/1 token every turn. Oh, you can't get rid of my Bad Moons? Oh, well, now those are 4 5s that I generate every turn. Oh, you didn't kill my Thrall champions? Oh, I generate an 8/9 every turn. You're fucked. Your deck wasn't... Okay, well, now I gotta start doing this. I gotta counter. That was the fun of it. I'm a fan of giving every class a role to play in combat. A rogue should have a lot of tools to burst and interrupt casting, being a bit threat to mages. Tanks can protect the mages from the burst and relieve pressure. Yes. Now you're hitting the core of it. Classes should be designed based on 5 criteria: damage output, healing output, sustained mobility, CC utility. You get 25 points to spend, and you can only put 10 into one category. I agree with your sentiment. I don't necessarily agree with the numbers, but I agree with your sentiment. Gonna be even more complicated when 64 class builds are in the game. Yes, you're right. Melee DPS should anti-heal and CC healers and win. Healers should beat tanks, tanks should beat ranged DPS, ranged DPS beat melee DPS. No, see, the problem is you're dealing with a set of absolutes, and I disregard your absolutes. Healers should not beat tanks, tanks should not beat healers. That tank should beat that healer because of the choices they made. Like, I used to laugh in Arcade. I've got a couple of videos on my YouTube channel. People would 1v1 me, jump me in the open world. Dark Runners would jump me in the open world. They'd try that Shadow Step, Shadow Smite combo. It would do about 4 to 5% of my health. And then I would get up and I'd be like, sup, bitch? And I'd holy bolt him to death as a Dark Runner tries to stay on top of a cleric. And then I'd get these hate messages like, what is this? What is this AIDS? What is this cancer? It's a 5,000 toughness cleric. What's up? You want to stand within 15 meters of me? Give me 9,000 life every holy bolt back. I was specifically built because I hated Dark Runners. Gave me problems with other people, but I specifically hated Dark Runners. A wall of tanks with healers should negate most ranged projectiles. Now you're getting into it. Now what you're getting into now is what PvP should be about. I get it. People want 1v1 PvP. Unfortunately, it's not about, people always fall into the trap of, are we balancing for PvE or balancing for PvP? We shouldn't be balancing for either of those. We should be balancing for group content, and then we should be balancing for tactical and strategic. Look, 1v1, if we worry about balancing for 1v1, we're never going to be able to have good group balance. If we balance for group, then we accept. Look, guys, we've chosen to and Ashes of Creation fucking said this. Ashes of Creation said this years ago, and this was the right answer, and I don't know what happened to the right answer. We are not balancing for 1v1. There are going to be 1v1 fights that you are just outmatched. We're balancing for group content. That was the right answer. If you get rid of open world flagging, you don't have to give a shit about 1v1 balance. You can create an arena bracket for 1v1. Great. Let people go in and go fucking donkey balls. I think Dark Age of Camelot did a lot of things right back in the day. Yeah, I mean, Dark Age of Camelot did a lot of... The problem with the old games is the old games did a lot of things well because nobody had seen... Like, they did a lot of things well and people haven't actually tried to do them better. They tried to do them different. Final Fantasy XI did a lot of things good. EVE Online did a lot of things good. Lots of games did a lot of things good, but then we seem to forget those lessons, and we start to get stupid. Let's go back to this interview.
Likely on the PTR to begin with.
Yes.
Get player feedback. See how that how that plays with the other systems, and then we'll probably hone in on an approach there. But generally it's going to be within the vicinity of some of those things that I mentioned and how other games have dealt with this, right?
Yeah. And those things that you suggested as examples, yeah, I'd love to try any of those on PTR. That's really good.
I like Fiddy Jin says we have concepts of a plan. We do. We have concepts of many plans actually. Oh. But we don't want to willy-nilly this into the release stream. We want to take the time to get the player feedback on which of these types of approaches are preferred.
Okay, no offense, but you're designing a fucking horse. Build a fucking horse. If you take player feedback, you're going to get a camel. A camel is a horse that was designed by committee. You have plans. You're talking about a core fundamental. Like, I hate to be a douchebag, but you're literally talking about something that needed to be 90% design solutioned before you wrote a single line of code. Because, again, you don't have to agree with me, and it's fine. You can disagree with my ideas about how max level should be. But if I told you, this is what I believe, this is my mission statement, this is my vision, this is my philosophy, then you would know off the bat if that game is going to be good for you or not. If you turn around and say, I'm a 1v1 player that likes to run around in the open world ganking people, and I tell you my game doesn't have open world PvP and I'm not built for 1v1 and you're not going to be able to gank everybody, you're not going to have any automatic hard counters. People are going to be able to change their build and change their design and change their philosophy. So you're going to go against people, and it's never going to be I'm a rogue versus that cleric and I have a 95% chance of winning. It's going to be I'm a rogue wearing leather, dual wielding with poison and bleed, going against a cleric in medium armor who has 6 purges and 4 hots, thus negating my dot build. Yeah, go ahead, put 2 dots on me for 13 hit points a tick. But I put 2 hots on myself for 20 hit points a tick, so your entire build of whittle me down, you need to go get an anti-healing build. You need to go get an anti-hot build. You need to go get a burst build. People are like, man, my build sucks. I lose to clerics. And the burst rogue is like, well, how are you playing? That's where I think a lot of you were trying to get to, and I agree with that. Give me the freedom to build a dot build, a burst build, a CC build. Now, break on the idea of CC lockdown. Fuck those people. And I will say this, I am one of those dirty fuckholes that does a CC lockdown build. People in Arena and Where Winds Meet hate me because I'm dual wield and it's spin / dagger throw / spin / dagger throw / spin / dagger throw 3 whatever that is, 1 whatever that is. I knock them down, they have no stamina. I beat the shit out of them until the F key goes, and then they're dead. There's literally no counterplay. And I will be the first to say that is dog shit PvP. And I run it because all the people run that stupid freeze spear nonsense bullshit. I ain't playing with that.
All right.
2 small suggestions on that while I've got the man
sure.
here. Take wound off of longbow. I don't think the longbow needs a healing debuff, and that would make it exclusive to melee weapons, the healing debuff.
Yeah.
So I think that is a place to start. I don't think longbow needs any help anyway. It's already like sort of the meta weapon outside of that. And this one is going to be a little controversial, and that is I would consider not adding the assist target feature into the game whatsoever. The feature where you, like, let's say Steven is targeting somebody, where everybody in the raid can just snap on that target, aimbot, 50 guys, all hit the same guy instantly. That feature, just don't make it. Just don't make it.
I love watching chat because you have half the people that are like, yes, and then you got the other people that are like, ban this guy.
Yeah.
But now you know the problem of design. You know what I mean? Like, you have this concept, you have this thought, you're never going to please everyone. So
Okay, but the problem is it's not about pleasing everyone. Number one, I'm sorry, Zyback TV doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm sorry. You need, if you want to build a group PvP game, then ranged have to have the option, the choice, the ability to build anti-heal. Because if the only people that can apply anti-heal are melee, that means you are developer meta'd into running multiple melee. Every build should have anti-heal as a choice, not as an automatic. I do agree, take it off of weapons as an automatic. But what if I'm running, in Final Fantasy 1 teaches us this, you can beat Final Fantasy 1 with any 4-pack combination. Any 4-pack combination can beat Final Fantasy 1. Jay, are you saying that 4 white mages can build? You realize that you could have been in that panel asking your questions and discussing them. No, I couldn't have. I couldn't have been in that panel. You know why? Because I had an interview scheduled with Steven a couple of years ago, and it was canceled because they didn't like my tone. They didn't like my tone because they don't like that I ask questions in a way that they don't like. I would not be in a panel like that because I would not appear on their channel, because then that's not an interview. I don't do softball, lollygag, easy questions. You can look at the 3 interviews I do with Steven, and there's some lighthearted personality, get to know him questions, but there's a lot of hard-hitting questions in there that I'm not going to sit on a panel where Margaret Crone required me to submit my questions in advance, and then I'm not going to continue to play the nice game with a company that's dumb as fuck, where I get told don't ask the Twitch drops question because Twitch drops are prohibitively expensive. No, the fuck they're not. No, they're not. Twitch drops are not expensive. I've talked to the Where Winds Meet people. I've talked to the Once Human people. I've talked to other game companies that I've been in their programs for, and they've all said Twitch drops are relatively cheap to set up through Twitch. In fact, there's a person who did marketing for a company who said Twitch drops are relatively cheap. But I get told don't ask the Twitch drops question because they're prohibitively expensive. Anyway, back to the idea of the builds. If you want Final Fantasy 1, you can beat the game with any combination of 4. If you want good game design, you shouldn't be restricting what can be on each weapon. You should be restricting how many things can be on one weapon. You should be restricting overpowered combos. But if you're running a team of 2 Rangers, and Rangers don't have the ability to apply anti-heal, then you probably can't run a build of 2 Rangers, because you're going to have a tank, you're going to have a support, you're going to have a healer. So now of your last 5 people, if you need 2 heal diminishing returns on heals, and Bo can't apply it, you don't have room for that other Ranger. You need 2 people that can be applying anti-heal. If they stack. If they don't stack, different conversation. The other thing he said was, even if you take it off, Bo is still the meta. Well, then that's a problem. If you can definitively say, even if you take this feature off of this weapon, it would still be the meta, then that's good feedback. That's inadvertent good feedback, because that means they need to sit down and look at all of their combat data that they should be parsing, that their server should be set up to be spitting out. If 71% of the players are running a longbow, then if the bow is still the meta, I think the bleed part isn't the problem. Yes, exactly. Like, when you look at games that are designed a certain way, EVE Online is a great example. Why did nobody run this ship? Because it sucks. It outright sucks. It's the tool in the bottom of your toolbox that you never use. What game was it? Elyon. Elyon had a really great feature in it, which is why I say we can learn a lot of good things even from bad games. Elyon had a feature that when you went into your skill or your talents or your tweaks or whatever the hell it was, it told you what percentage of people were running that. I forgot what the hell they were. Ability, tweak, talent, enchant, whatever the hell it was. It said like 91% of people are running this in PvE. 63% of this is running this in PvP. Well, the developer needs to look at that and say, that's a really great thing to put in the game. On the back end. Put it on the front end too. That's a really great thing to put it on the back end. And then you have one person designated as the team lead for figuring out overutilization. Skill heat maps are very cool because it lets the developer know Yeah, that's too powerful. The problem these days is there's always a meta. If they nerf something, something else becomes the meta. Well, here's the thing. It's not these days. There's always been a meta. There's always been a most efficient or a most effective tactic available. That's always going to be. What we need, there's always going to be a meta. There will always be the most effective way of doing something. What we need is we need the meta to be... Shit, I can't... We need the meta to be that much. Not that much. We need the metas to be within, you know, 0.1%. Or we need to be in the boat where we say, you know what? We know this is going to be the meta. We know Final Fantasy 11 had a great had a great rationale for meta. When you were killing trash in Final Fantasy 11, you wanted a ninja tank. When you were just grinding for levels, you wanted a ninja tank. Appreciate the resub. The reason why you wanted a ninja tank is because ninjas don't take any damage. And if we don't take any damage, then you don't need a white mage. And if you don't need a white mage, you just need to have a red mage, which you always wanted a red mage because it gave the white mage mana. But if the red mage can keep haste on the ninja doesn't ever take any damage. So now you can ram another damage dealer into the party and kill faster. That makes a lot of sense. It creates a really bad meta for grinding parties because the other two tank types can't get parties because everybody wants a ninja. There will always be a meta. There will always be a meta. The thing is, the developers have to either A, keep the meta to about 0.1 percentage point, or B, acknowledge that there's a meta and then make sure that this over here is designed for this type of party composition. It can be cleared with other parties, but it's designed for those. This is designed for these. This is designed for these. As far as the second thing he said, where he talked about get rid of target to target, I don't think we need to get rid of target to target. What I do think, however, is that there should be, what's the game that does it? Albion. You can only be hit at full strength by X number of people. And the more people that are hitting you, you don't take damage from the other people. In theory, that's a lazy way to solve the problem. EVE Online has the Alpha Strike idea. Everybody lock these 5 targets. We're shooting at this one in 3, 2, 1, go. Everybody lock up these targets. You're putting 1 gun on this target. Everything else alphas this one. 3, 2, 1, go. Boom. Does it make for good gameplay? No. But what's the other problem with that? You're trying to create, I think you also have that, you might have it in Where Winds Meet when you look at the develop page. That is good feedback. I don't know if I've looked at that. I don't know if I've given that an honest look. That is true though. There is a lot of data in Where Winds Meet. This is what I say, copy pasta Arcade and Ashes and you won. No, you don't, because Arcade wasn't a good game. Arcade had good ideas. Arcade had a lot of flaws. To say copy pasta this game, you can't say copy pasta Arcade and you win, because where the fuck is Arcade now? It's not even open. It's only available on private servers. Arcade didn't have all the answers. Arcade had a lot of answers. It didn't have all of them. The target to target thing though, if you've designed your melee combat right and you've designed your character collision right, then I shouldn't, if you've designed action combat correctly, if you've designed, and this is why I said from the very beginning, hybrid combat was never going to work because it creates this problem. If you have player collision and spell collision, you can't alpha strike somebody that's in a group of people because you're going to be hitting all the other people in the way. If you do tab, you absolutely can.
The assist target, I feel very strongly about, because I think there is a skill in having the battlefield awareness to be able to read that and find your target and have the people in your group do it, rather than just hitting target assist raid leader and having 50 people aimbot onto some poor bastard and he explodes.
I got to tell you, one of my favorite things during Lineage 2 sieges was coming up against a Hawkeye party, or any.
Okay, I'm gonna stop here, and I'm gonna put him on like ×2 speed to pull him through this. While these little stories are great, while these little stories are amazing, nobody gives a shit about your time in Lineage. Honestly, this is your flaw. You want people to like you. Nobody gives a shit about your time in Lineage. They all care about their time in Lineage.
Any archer party basically that was on the siege field, and they all had their macro set to aim assist off one dude, and they had the blade dancer, and they had their sword singer, and it literally was just switching targets. It was just tabbing between targets. It was a tab between dead. It was just like, and then it became the battlefield priority. You're like, we need to take that archer team out, but they had max range. And probably a lot of us have experienced that.
Yeah, I was also thinking. Sorry, I was also thinking along the lines of like melee versus ranged attacks having different power as well.
Yes,
Could be a
Yeah,
potential
melee is
solution.
already a little bit better, but it's not enough to for the consistency.
I think it's a problem in your game where melee characters are using their ranged weapons even when someone are right in front of them.
It definitely is, and that's why I said, there is a lively debate amongst the combat designers on how to address the issue. We're aware of the issue. We see the issue. It's front and center in our minds, as a balance point between those two, itemization choices. And I think there are a lot of healthy ideas that once we get it into the hands of the PTR testers, we're going to get better direction on what is appropriate for the community and for the current design of the game.
Okay, stop. What the fuck do you need your feedback? Like, shit, man, just call me up. I'm fucking bored and I'm retired. I'll fucking design the game for you. If you're afraid to make decisions, the PTR is not supposed to be used the way they're using it. Because, and I think it's in this interview later on, he's going to talk about how focus groups ruin innovation. But you're running a fucking focus group on your PTR. If you're running this shit by committee, dude, what is the answer? You say you have plans and you have concepts. What are some of them? Why don't you map them out? Why does this question not get taken to the forum, posted on the forum by Margaret? And Margaret says, okay, this was the question, and I've went, and these are like the top 3 things the development team are thinking and the rationales. And let the people start giving you feedback before you design it all and then have to touch it again. Like, this is the shit I'm talking about. Would be cool if Rangers could expose who the enemy is targeting and Priests could have a 1-second invulnerability shield, or tanks could reroute some targeting on themselves. No, Ponzini, what would be really good is if you had something similar to EVE Online, when you've got, if you've never played EVE Online, you have a targeting overlay that tells you all the people on grid and you can figure out who they are. I think that works really well, because then you know who's targeting you. Now, I understand that in EVE Online, it's a spaceship game and your spaceship would know who has weapons locks, this, that, and the other. But you also know in a fight if the person's looking at you or looking somewhere else. So it should give you an indicator of, oh, fuck, they're all looking at me.
Can I just
Thank
say
you.
this? Just, it's not really regarding this, but just A and B testing and PTR. I really wish that you guys could label like, hey, we're going to try this thing, because most of the time when there's a patch note, people think that this is just now the philosophy, or this is now the thing.
Yeah, that's a great idea. For sure.
So just adding like, hey, we're going to do some A and B testing with like ranged combat. Tell us what you like in this patch compared to the future patch that's going to happen. Just
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I wish I had a producer present that could take this as an action item, because that's a great point in how we facilitate the PTR testing. As you said, right now, when you see something on a change,
What do you mean you wish that's some, what the fuck did he just say? Hold on.
what is appropriate for the community and for the current design of the game.
Sweet.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
say this? Just, it's not really regarding this, but just A and B testing and PTR. I really wish that you guys could label like, hey, we're going to try this thing, because most of the time when there's a patch note, people think that this is just now the philosophy or this is now the thing.
Yeah, that's a great idea. For sure.
So just adding like, hey, we're gonna do some A and B testing with like ranged combat. Tell us what you like in this patch compared to the future patch that's gonna happen. Just
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I wish I had a producer present that could take this as an action item, because that's a great point in how we facilitate the PTR testing. As you said, right now when you see something on a change list, a lot of people lose sight of the fact that that could be temporary, that could be a test, that could be a balance point that's going to get rejiggered. We saw that with some of the TTK improvements, some of the combat stats. Like, it's constantly an ebb and flow before we find the exact middle in the right place. That's pretty standard, but that's a very good point.
Okay. The community members that have been with me for years, I fucking said this 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. The fucking Alpha 0 and Alpha 1 should have been protocol testings. Today we're testing this. Today we want to know about this. Today, like, every single time the servers were up, you should have been gathering data. Some of that data is needed by the engineering team, and they don't have to ask a damn question because they don't want anything from you. They just want people logging in, running around, da-da-da. There you go. But guys, today we're testing Rangers. You have to put that philosophy. Yeah, they're supposed to be experts. They all make 100K more a year. They can't figure out without the public. You're right. Guys, this is our philosophy. This is one outcome. This is another outcome. This is another outcome. This is what we're thinking. Before we code it, what do you guys think about these three options? Then when you put it in, okay, guys, well, we built it that way. If it's a test server, what the fuck are you testing?
Adam's going to take notes for you.
Oh, perfect. Adam, that's an action item. Go for it, buddy.
Done. All right. I guess I'll move on to my question.
All right.
With all 8 archetypes finally launching December 11th, how proud are you of the current status of them? And has there been a desire internally to change or rework the archetypes at their base to synergize with the upcoming 64 class system?
So has there been a desire to internally change or rework archetypes? Yes, there's actually a initiative that is scheduled for next milestone at the start of the new year. And what that initiative is taking into account is, you saw an early preview of the cleric skill tree rework, right? I think we showed that out back in like maybe October,
July.
September.
Mhm.
Oh my God, where's the time?
It was a little preview in July.
Okay, perfect. Felt like literally yesterday. But in order to complete that across all the archetypes, first action item for the team is going to be completing the audit. And the audit is going to go through and identify mainly 3 axes. First and foremost is, what is the disposition of DPS skills per archetype versus utility skills versus defensive skills versus mobility skills? Now that we have the full 8 archetypes in place, we're going to go through each of them in understanding how they play right now. What's the balance essentially from a group dynamic perspective, and then how do we want to inform either new skill creation to fill the gaps that we identify as part of that audit?
Hold on. They don't have all the archetypes mapped out to 50, is what you just heard. They don't have a plan, is what you just heard. That scares the shit out of me. They don't have a plan to 50, which means they never had a 4,000 page game design document that was worth the shit. What do you mean you need to audit it now? That's troubling to me. You don't. Yeah, it's kind of cool to like wing it when you're making something you've made 500 times. Should have had it planned out when they decided to go with it. The only reason why they should have decided to go with it is because it made it to the 90% design phase. The design phase needs to be at least 70% before you build anything. Otherwise, Never mind. Let's just let him keep talking.
And then the second axis that we're going to be working on is balance, right? We're talking about numbers, specific damage values, cooldown values, mana cost requirements. That's going to be an important step of the archetype audit. And then the third is going to be effect synergy, right? So how do conditions promote off of each other? How do they interact with other archetypes? And all of that's going to be in order for us to best set up ourselves for what will then come likely in the following milestone after that, which is going to be going down the path of augmentation and developing out the classes. So we first want to establish the archetype.
Let me get this straight. In the same milestone, you are going to identify the gaps in the archetypes so new skills can be designed, and balance cooldown resource cost, and balance synergy between archetypes, all in the same milestone run. That's 6 milestones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 10 milestones. But for anybody that doesn't know, so you've got Axis 1, milestone, build, milestone, test, milestone, build, milestone, test, milestone, test, build, test, 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 test. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9 milestones. So you have to build the first thing. That's a milestone. Then you vet it. That's a milestone. You build the second thing and you test it independently. Then you test it in conjunction. You build the third thing. You test it independently. You test it in conjunction with 2. You test it in conjunction with 1. And then you bring all 3 together and you test it. What they're doing is they're yeah, it sounds like another feature for expansion, like most of them at this point. What's going to happen, folks, is because the leadership doesn't know how to be a project manager, the leadership is putting all these things. Like, I don't know why the recipe didn't turn out right. I added cumin and I added paprika and I added turmeric and I added soy sauce and I added Worcestershire sauce and I added garlic powder and I added ketchup. And I don't know, well, how much of those things? Well, I don't know. I just kind of added it all together. They seem to feel comfortable in this kind of chaotic back and forth and sideways and whatever. Still, the combat feels great. No, the combat doesn't feel great. You can have the opinion that the combat feels great, but then you're telling them it needs no improvement. Good is the enemy of best. Best is the enemy of better. The word great should not be used to describe their combat in the state it's in. The word acceptable should be used. The word acceptable. The combat is acceptable. Keep iterating on it. If you say the combat feels great right now, then they can just pile more on top of it and go, and you're going to love it. Bet you won't. If you tell somebody something's great while it's still in the process, then you're saying it doesn't need any improvements. It's a 6 of 10. 6 of 10 is generous. I would say it's a 4 of 10 knowing what it's supposed to become, you're on the right track. It's acceptable, but it needs a lot. It needs a lot of TLC. I'm not saying that they need to chuck it in the fuck it bucket and start over from square zero. I'm saying they can proceed along, but it needs a lot of work.
Base now that we have all 8 in place and we can get the proper testing, and then that's also going to include the rank systems that we're going to incorporate across the board for the archetypes within the skill tree, and that's going to be our focus in the next milestone. Did that answer your question? Was that actually the answer to the question? That's how we're reworking.
I guess kind of. So there's going to be essentially some reworks that are coming in to kind of reestablish skill trees.
Yep.
I guess a lot of the community is asking mostly buff fighter, help mage out with sustain, maybe not have their mobility tied to their CC break, stuff like that.
Yeah. So all of like those things that are at the top of the mind of the community in playing these archetypes right now in their current form are a part of our, information and how we go through the audit when we determine things like missing mobility or inaccurate promotions, synergy between the abilities. What are the cost requirements in order to utilize, life steal for the fighter or for mobility for the mage? Like all of those things, the community teams watch the Discord, they watch the forums, they watch the CCs, the content creators.
They watch, the community managers watch all those places. They don't do a damn bit of moderating, but they watch all those things.
And they collate that information into reports that are given on a bi-weekly basis to each of the teams. So we have all of that information that's collected from a feedback perspective, and then that's incorporated when the teams set out their plan to actually do the work.
And then,
I'm sorry,
just one last part.
Nerf fighter, it's overpowered. Someone just said that in chat.
True. I actually know who that is. No, and the second part to that is the upcoming 64 class system. We're expecting this to synergize, these like skill trees and everything to synergize with what is to come in the future, and that these base archetypes are being set up for success rather than failure and rebalancing nightmare.
Right. Totally. Yeah. I mean, that would be what would be considered part of the success criteria, the acceptance criteria of the audit. That we're essentially setting ourselves up for what will be the next milestone, which is the augmentation work, which is really the synergy of the classes amongst themselves. So that's kind of how we operate. I know that the combat team has a lot of plans already in place for that through both their own introspection, but also their inspection of the feedback that the community has garnered while playing these classes through phase 1, 2, and 3.
Is it just a rebalancing, or will we potentially see any brand new abilities of these base classes?
The brand new abilities is the first axis, right? So that's like, hey, this tank class is missing utility, right? Because when we stack it up against the other archetypes and where the tank is supposed to, and I'm just using this as an example, where the tank is supposed to exist, is 3 out of 8 in the scale of the 8 archetypes with regards to utility numbers, but they're not meeting that because they don't have enough abilities that fit the utility criteria.
Holy fuck. I don't know if you just caught that. They're worried about 1v1. If they're worried about 1v1, you're going to have a dog shit game. I know there are a segment of people who love their 1v1. I get that. I understand. However, name me a game that has good 1v1 balance, that also has good group balance. And you won't be able to, because there are no games. It's impossible to balance for good 1v1 and good group balance. It's literally impossible. There are no games. WoW can't do it. You're right. WoW can't do it. ArcAge couldn't do it. BDO can't do it. Revelation Online couldn't do it. The dolphin thing was really cool in Revelation Online. That just popped into my head. A game is you are either balancing a 1v1 or you're balancing for group content. Steven's slowly moving towards making everyone happy. And by trying to make everyone happy, you make nobody happy.
So that might or fighter, right? That might then result in either completely new abilities being made and introduced into the skill tree, or a rework of existing abilities to add additional effects to them, right? And then the second one was balance, and the third was effects, right? So that's kind of the approach of auditing the archetypes.
Okay, I'm going to talk real quick about the problem with what they're trying to do, and I'm going to give you a walking, talking example from a game that's out. It's Once Human. No, they don't have all the abilities yet. They don't even know what abilities they need to make. In Once Human, Rail is my my hive mate, and he runs a build that deliberately lowers his damage by about 10%. But he runs that build because it increases my damage exponentially. It increases my burst. It increases my sustained. Basically, I run a build that if I'm hitting 5 mobs with an AoE, I reload 15 bullets, and I proc that effect every 12th bullet, meaning I never reload. Every time I proc that AoE, I'm dealing a crit of anywhere between 50,000 and 100,000 to every mob in the area. Now, this is an example of when two players want to clear content in the shortest amount of time possible. This is good strategically. Strategically, this is really, really, really good. Because he recognizes that if he runs build X, I can run build Y, and we can get our clearing each week down to under like 45 minutes. But his build fundamentally would suck and be useless with other groups. That's the group content balance. Hey, I'm running a necromancer. Okay. But I'm running a minion necromancer, and you're running a corpse explosion necromancer. Yeah, we don't synergize. Why? Because your damage blows up all the corpses that I need to res. We shouldn't be in a static together. We shouldn't run together. The only way... What did I see you say? The only way to balance 100% is homogenize every class to have the same kit, which is boring. That's why I prefer every class has their own role. Right, every class should have its own role, which means you take the idea of 1v1 combat and you throw it out. You throw out the idea of 1v1 matchups. If you get rid of open world PvP, oh, I'm sorry, let me be specific. If you get rid of non-consensual open world PvP, you can dump off all of 1v1 balancing, because it doesn't fucking matter anymore, because I don't have to have a statistical chance of surviving if I'm jumped, because I can't be jumped. Now, we're going to keep all PvP, and yeah, you can have a 1v1 arena bracket if you want. But then you're going to focus on 2s, 3s, and 5s. Because you're going to focus around duo play, trio play, and group play. And then obviously, if you're going to have 8-person parties, you're going to have 8 versus 8 arenas. But now, hey, Jay, that build you run, yeah, it's utter dog shit. You need to fix it. Well, what do you mean? You don't do anything well. Hey, Jay, I need you to change your build for when we're running caravans. Hey, Tank, I need you to run... I prefer a more rock, paper, scissors model. Some classes have advantages against others. Yeah, I like how you put rock, paper, scissors in quotes. I hate rock, paper, scissors balancing. I like classes being able to have advantages or disadvantages natively against the other classes that you can overcome through choice. I'm a mage and I lose all my fights against melee, so I run a 3-4 split build cloth plate to give me enough physical defense that mages don't two-shot me. Okay, cool.
All right, you want me to move on to my question?
Sure.
Okay. I guess I made this very quick and short, but just to give preface. So, Stephen, you made a tweet, a pretty long one, and I think in the majority of that tweet, I would say the minority of that tweet, you mentioned pushing for beta next year.
Yes.
Yes. So there's been a lot of how are we going to achieve that? We know how huge this project is. So I'm gonna list off some systems for you, and you're gonna kind of tell me, is this going to meet launch, or is this system potentially delayed or even cut? Okay.
Well, yeah. Let me just first address that for a second. So,
Sure.
With regards to us moving into beta, obviously our goal is to get to beta in a sustainable, quality-driven way, right?
Absolutely.
And our focus for beta is to establish the core systems of the project, but also making sure that we're answering our Kickstarter promises, because at the end of the day, this project was born from Kickstarter. And so at a minimum, those Kickstarter promises are going to be fulfilled. Now, to what degree that, content and features that we've, brought along the way might get deprecated for a post-release update, that's still outstanding conversation, right? And that changes literally on a month-to-month basis, right? As we inform.
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. That is bullshit project management then, because if you're changing things on a month-to-month basis, but your sprints are longer than a month, then you're having an awful lot of golly gee whiz meetings that aren't actually setting any meaningful numbers. That's that sort of shit where you're like, because remember at one point they said they moved. I forgot what the fucking thing is, because you'll forgive me, I've been in a lot of pain lately. I had to take some pain pills. It's agile. It's not sprints. It's the other thing, where you have variable length. Not everybody's on the same duration sprints. Well, when you have people that are you shouldn't have people tracking metrics, because then all you're doing is chasing metrics. If you have sprints longer than a month, then you shouldn't be having monthly updates on directions, because it takes no, not Kanban, but it's in Agile, you have sprints, and then there's other word, it's like a theatrical word that makes the sprints longer. I forgot what the word is. I wasn't expecting to go there today. But what it sounds like to me is Steven doesn't know how to lead, so he's running a manager's playbook, and the best leaders aren't managers. There is a place for managers in everywhere, but the best leaders are leaders. Why are you chasing a metric? It's like when you call me on Monday and you ask me what the status update is, and I say, we're in the middle of a 2-week rebuild, I'll send in my update at the end of the 2-week rebuild. And then you call me at the end of the week asking for an update, and you get mad because I say to you, still in the middle of the same 2-week update. And then they're like, well, I'm just looking for an update. It's like, I gave you an update. I'll have to dig through the word that I'm looking for. Also, I want to remind you that this was Steven's belief just a couple of years ago.
Before beta, yes, the game will be feature complete before beta. That is something that is necessary. Beta really is intended to identify last minute bugs, to kind of make sure that everything is ready for launch. And it's important that all features are complete by beta 1. Yes. Before beta, yes,
so
the game will be feature complete.
How do you know? Variable length iterations is what variable length iterations is what I was looking for. Yeah, it's iteration. That's what it is. It's variable length iteration. So for those of you not familiar with project management, and most of you probably aren't, a sprint is everybody has 21 work days, and from today we are starting this cycle. This sprint is 21 work days. We don't add any more work in for those 21 days. So what happens is you have your look ahead work and you have your backlog work. And so your team is told, you're getting XYZ done in this 21 days. And you say, hey, we don't have 21 days of work in this sprint. And then that's where the project manager looks and says, I know you have about 7 days in this sprint. Clear your backlog. The store is closed. Why are all the cashiers coming in? Inventory. I don't need you to do the job you normally do. I need you to do this backlog job. How, if you have sprints that are longer than a month, why are you updating your metrics monthly? Rip 30% of the money. Yep.
Both the resources that we have from a developer's perspective, how many developers we're onboarding, how many outsource houses we're onboarding, what our timeline facilitates.
I don't know if you caught that. Outsource. This was a project that was supposed to be designed and developed with 100 developers and 100 contractors, and it was supposed to take 2.5 years. They're now at over 250 employees with a bunch of outsourced people, and they are now double the length of late than they were supposed to spend in development.
As a need based off of our live testing. And now we're moving into a live testing environment that's going to have a lot more people through Steam. That's going to demand more of our developer resources to address the current issues as opposed to focusing on the future feature or content development, right? That's always the split that live service games have problems with, is maintaining the live service while also the forward perspective. That could change on a month-to-month basis.
No, it can't change on a month-to-month basis. Okay. This is where, holy fuck. Yes, when you go live, you take a part of your development team and you either restructure them to ops and sustainment or you onboard ops and sustainment. But you shouldn't be onboarding people and offloading people and firing people and moving people when you're still like designing. Yeah, so they weren't staffing for all the people who already signed up, but aren't testing because it sucks. Right.
Absolutely.
So I can give you some answers here as it stands today, so long as every person listening understands that that is subject to change. And I know that I say this all the time, and I'm like a broken record, and everybody, nobody ever remembers it when they say, but Steven said this. Well, yes, Steven did say that, but Steven also said that that shit is subject to change. Let's not forget that, because that's a very important byproduct of every statement I make, right?
I'm sure the MMORPG subreddit, they'll understand.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm
sure that the Sea of Salt will understand that.
They're always so hopeful over there.
Yeah,
I think it's just it's perspective, right? I think the people that, I think all the content creators here, a lot of people that have been deep in this community for a long time, want to be able to educate new people as to like, well, because a new person be like, oh, they're already pushing for beta. Isn't this game super massive? Like, so I just want to be able to give us the ammunition so we can educate people. That's
dude. The problem is that you're shilling now. You're white knighting now. What ammunition? Ready? This is not a subject to change. I'm going to play this clip. This is not a subject to change clip. This is a philosophy clip. I'm going to play it again.
Before beta, yes, the game will be feature complete before beta. That is something that is necessary. Beta really is intended to identify last minute bugs, to kind of make sure that everything is ready for launch. And it's important that all features are complete by beta 1. Yes.
So it's no longer important that the game be feature complete before launch? Because beta, alpha, beta, and gold has fallen out of use, but alpha and beta have specific meanings. You're either using the actual terms for alpha and beta, and here's the thing. Products should go from alpha into beta, and then if there's enough rework that needs to happen, the product should go from beta back into alpha. I asked for months, for years. Shit, it's been years. Why the fuck do you have this Alpha 2 server up when you don't have, like, it's called Gigo, garbage in, garbage out. I said, why are you collecting any amount of combat data if you don't have all 8 archetypes? And what was it I said years ago? I said, if you collect a bunch of data and you don't have all the archetypes, You might as well just open up the garbage can and throw all that data in, because you're going to have to regather it all when you have the other archetype. Within some reason. You could test rogue inside a fighter for the most part. You don't have to create rogue and fighter if you want to test like damage abilities, you could put the abilities into one if you're just looking for the ability data, not the class data, not the archetype data, just the ability data. I guess in a world where people try to change words daily, alpha and beta can mean whatever they want. You're right. Let's see.
Sure. More my thing. So I'm just, again, I'm going to list off some stuff, and
right.
and if you want to discuss further after that, we can make a discussion, but just for context. Sure. So first item, second continent.
So I would say,
Jesus,
that's a good start.
I will just be honest that where we are today, when I look at the game that we're delivering, when I look at the size of the first continent, when I look at the POIs that are ahead of us to develop in making that first continent, sustainable and rich with content and having a lot of players there, the second continent does not meet my MVP requirements.
The second continent doesn't meet my minimum viable product requirements. A whole ass continent of the fucking game in a game where you earn your XP changes the shape and development of the world. You haven't finished half the shit, man. They haven't finished a quarter of the damn map. Expansions. No. In a game like this, how many years has it been? 9. In a game like this, you need to have the whole world running from the word go. You have to have the whole world running. Or, and here's the big or, you are going to have a giant nightmare when you transition. So this is your continent, and you're then going to open this continent later after launch, post-launch. And if you think that this entire continent isn't going to be dominated by the little brother, little sister guilds of the powerhouses on the main continent, appreciate the follow. If you think that that's not going to be a clusterfuck circle jerk goat rope of content release, then you have never studied the game that you should study when it comes to territory control, and that's EVE Online. Each and every single time EVE Online tries to onboard new content to give people an avenue to become powerhouses, that content is controlled by the powerhouses. Because they're the ones with the disposable trillions upon trillions of ISK that they can throw at getting into the new content, controlling it, dominating it. The only way Ashes can launch with a second continent is if the second continent follows a different set of rules and isn't under the node system. It would have to be under the guild control system, which I don't think they want to do. I worked so much this week that I wanted to make a Twin Tower joke from the drawing, but then I remembered you were a veteran, so I won't. Oh, you can make Twin Tower jokes all you want. I mean, after 20 some odd years, man, we got to have a sense of humor about it. The punchline of that joke is, who are we gonna bomb? MMO devs need to lower their scope. I would kill for an MMO on the quality of old classic WoW at this point. I also don't buy it's not high enough quality yet excuse. The quality of Alpha 2's content and systems shows me they don't seem to have that qualified for many aspects. So it's starting to look more and more like an excuse for stuff that isn't done. I don't disagree with you. I will say this, though, in fairness. I don't want any of the people who work at Intrepid Studios to think that I'm shitting on them. There are some people that work at Intrepid Studios, and I'm shitting on them directly. But the majority of them, I'm shitting on your leadership, because you have a communications director that can't communicate. You have a former community marketing lead that doesn't know how to market, who has literally, Margaret had 2 people in her community with backgrounds in marketing, who were like, hey, we just want to help. And she was like, fuck you. I don't like you. I don't like your attitude. I don't like the way you approach things. Okay. Well, fuck you too. Like, that's cool. The real question is Ashes going on early access? Where the fuck did it go? Is Ashes going on early access because it's ready for this, or is it a way to get cash? It's a way to get cash. And what I'm going to say is, let me grab something real quick. I got to make sure it's still there so I don't get my ass suit off. Is that the current one? No, I need the current one. Robert Dawson is one of their backers. The Yaya Legacy Trust. So I'm going to show you guys part of a document because I have to redact part of it because you can't show people's addresses. What this is publicly available through the California Corporate Search. And what this is this is one of the loans that Intrepid Studios has. Now, you'll notice something very interesting about this particular loan. This particular loan says that the debtor's name isn't just Intrepid Studios. The debtor's name is also Stephen Sharif. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar with the way corporations work, a corporation is a legal entity in and of itself. The corporation should be able to take out its own loan. It should not need Stephen as a person to be backing its loan, especially since it's brought in various miscellaneous revenues in excess or close to $20 million. Because he co-signed, yes. Now, some people might not believe me, and I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm not here to flex. I've owned multiple businesses. I still am involved in managing multiple businesses for family businesses, things that other people have started. And I will tell you, if a company is more than 1 year old, I will never, ever, ever the fuck never put my name as a person on the debtor line for any company. After the first year, either the company is walking or it's falling. Now, I don't know what the dollar amount of this loan is. That's not something they have to. Wow. People think the majority of people think that less than 5,000 people are going to be the concurrent number. That's an interesting split. Because of this makes me think that they have money problems. Makes me think they have money problems because they can't, the company can't secure its own loans anymore. Intrepid has investors. I have a whole video on this on my YouTube channel. They have investors. They said that they didn't, and they've had investors since the very beginning. Also, this is an interesting spread. We'll show the poll results. Small little poll, but there's 3 really confident people that think that Ashes is going to have 75,000 concurrent or more. The majority of people are thinking less than 75K. It'll probably hit a high number day 1, but I imagine it'll drop off fast. Well, we'll see. I think Ashes can conceivably hit 50K within the first 2 weeks because it's Christmas break. But I don't think Ashes is going, and remember that 50K isn't going to be reflective of 50,000 new sales. That 50K, remember, there's 130,000, 40,000. We're going to say there's 150,000 people, because there's 130,000 people with Alpha 2 access, and it's reasonable to say there's 10,000 people with Beta 1, 10,000 people with Beta 2. So if Ashes doesn't measure up against 150,000, well, then that's all the numbers you have. You know you have to hit 150,000 or you didn't get all the customers that you have at the beginning. If a bunch of streamers play it like Asmongold, then it will boost up initially. Yeah, you're right.
It is a would like to have, and if we find the right outsource partners to expedite development of that, then the jury's still out on whether or not we will have the second continent. But
Launch,
for launch, correct? Right. Yes, for launch. Now, if I were to cut something that would get us to a polished, finished state for all the core systems and have enough content to facilitate 10,000 concurrent players on a server, I do believe that the first continent is sufficient for that.
What the fuck are you talking about, numbnuts? This is where I'm going to stop him and let you know he has no idea what the fuck he's designing and no idea what the fuck he's doing. What you just said was that, what did he just say here? Just so we're clear.
Does not meet my MVP requirements. It is a would like to have, and if we find the right outsource partners to expedite development of that, then the jury's still out on whether or not we will have the second continent. But for launch, correct? Right. Yes, for launch. Now, if I were to cut something that would get us to a polished, finished state for all the core systems and have enough content to facilitate 10,000 concurrent players on a server, I do believe that the first continent is sufficient for that.
How in the blue fuck do you think this? And I'm not trying to be rude, and I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to be a douchebag.
And the second continent.
How in the fuck do you even remotely get to that idea? How do you get to that idea? So what you're saying is, here's the map of your world. Is this the new map or is it the other map? I don't even fucking know. All the non-fucks given. I think this is the new map. What you're saying is minimum MVP is minimum viable product. You're right. Here's what you're saying. You're saying that your design idea for concurrent population is that all of this space satisfies 10K players. But now magically somehow, just this, maybe this. Number one, you're going to have enough room for 10,000 players. Number two, you think there's enough content for 10,000 players on half the fucking map. Who's that TikTok creator with the Delulu mindset? If there's 10K players worth of content over here, then that means your fucking servers have 20,000 players worth of content. Star Citizen said that they would have 100 star systems at release. That's been revised to 5 systems for MVP. Then that's not their MVP. Let me stop you. You don't, in project management, you don't say, this is our core viable product. We can't make this, so this is our new core viable product. If you said the fucking 100 star systems was the core viable product, that's what you said. What you released, you failed. Like, unfortunately, that's what that means. It means you failed. It means you're releasing sub-core viable product. Let's assume this is a true statement. The second continent is irrelevant. He just basically halved the amount of nodes. And now the game, which as per Steven is designed to support 10,000 players with 2 continents, is now forced into 1. Meaning he either way overbuild the need for nodes, or he's going to have an ArcAge level land shortage shitfest. There you... Holy shit, man. There you go. It also brings into the point of you've already made a bunch of decisions that made people not want your game. And now you are saying 10,000 people can fit into half of the theme park and still experience all the content. When you go to Disney World in the morning, when you go to the Magic Kingdom, which I will be at the Magic Kingdom about 6 times next year, because they gave veterans, if you're a veteran, you have an annual pass at Disney World for $500. Yeah, it'll have the amount of processing stations, less nodes, less space for freeholds. It'll drop the total number of castles from 5 to maybe 3, probably 2. How do you have all of that? I worked so much every time they released, we had dupe exploits, a ton of grief from sweat guilds. I'm gonna skip the first 2 months until I see if this release is also a burning. Yeah. Truthfully, I don't think Steven is in touch with reality because he doesn't understand what happens when you suddenly release new content. I miss those streams. Will you be ripping into them? As it is right now, I don't know what I physically can do. For those of you that haven't been around in a couple of years, my nervous system is eating itself. I have small cluster neuropathy in my hands, my feet, and my heart. My nerve endings are just fucking frying. So I was off the last week because dealing with 2 deaths in the family and just an intense amount of pain. Also, my gaming machine is back at Origin headquarters being RMA'd. So I'm gonna try to cover some stuff, but if I can, I can. If I can't, I can't. There's now less reason to be on the sea other than fishing and people just looking for PvP. He's in spin emergency mode at this point. He's just spinning shit off the top of his skull. Yeah. That's mine, thank you.
Content is a potential follow post the initial launch. And it makes sense for the set content to be a good follow post launch. Is the decision made on that front? No, it is not. Because again, how we move into the next year, how we leverage outsource partners could greatly expedite all the content requirements in order for us to have a second content at launch versus after launch.
You've had 9 years and you don't even have the whole first continent done, and yet you somehow think you're gonna magic a second continent. Dude, this is why you should have never been the creative director and the CEO of the company. Either you needed to be the CEO and you needed to leverage people with the skill sets, or you needed to be the creative director and hire somebody above you to tell you no. Why does Steven sound annoyed or upset when answering this question? Because he's annoyed and he's upset. Because remember, Steven has talked a massive amount of shit about all the other game studios. And he is out of money. His own ass is on the betting line now. And there's a reason why very few people ever bet the 50-1. But sometimes you'll throw $10 on the 50-1.
Right. And okay, so next one, we talk about 64 classes. So are 64 classes with all augments in school still on the table for launch?
That is correct. Yeah, 64 classes are an MVP requirement.
Okay.
Okay, can I just say this? Steven is absolutely 100% wrong on his mentality. And maybe you guys want to put together a counter argument, and I'd be more than happy to hear it. I think the second continent is absolutely more important to the core viable product than the 64 class system. Because it is a hell of a lot easier to roll out a class expansion than a world expansion in a game where nodes are controlled by the players. If Ashes didn't have the node system, sure, throw the second continent in, just put new content over there, no problem. But because of the node system being the cornerstone of Ashes of Creation, it makes a hell of a lot more sense to offload the 64 class system and the augment system to post-launch. Especially considering that what you've already said in the previous question is, if you do it right, you have at least 10 months. At least 10 months or 9 months. You have at least 9 months of data gathering. If the second continent comes out, what are we supposed to do? Won't we all already be max level unless the new content has a level cap? This EA release may be the best Ashes ever gets. So many MMOs die on the vine these days. There's a reason why MMOs die on the vine. Because they're not economically viable.
Level 50.
Level 50 is an MVP requirement.
Tolnar and Underrealm.
Tolnar is actually Tolnar has made a lot of progress, and Tolnar I absolutely do consider to be in by launch. Yes. Underrealm. Now Underrealm, we have the assets for the Underrealm in order to build out those locations. We have a few locations that are built but not accessible right now for the Underrealm. Now, the original intent for the Underrealm was to be very expansive across the entirety of the continent. I do foresee there being a potential for us to dial that back to some degree, making sure that the Underrealm is present at overland choke points, having alternative options for transit through the world, because that's really the strength that the Underrealm provides from a gameplay perspective, if we're talking about viable gameplay loops and core content. So yes, the Underrealm will be present as an MVP requirement, but it will be potentially scaled back in its prevalence throughout the continent.
That's good to hear. The settlement system fully completed, like with all 4 types, all buildings.
Yes, as you know, we did recently announce, I think it was a few months ago, that we removed an entire level from the settlement for launch. Now we are leaving open the opportunity to reintroduce that level post-launch. So right now,
does anybody see the massive problem there? You took it out. Leave it out. If you can make the game work without it, leave the one you took out. And then put one above it later on.
Originally, they were intended to be 6 levels. And right now we are planning on 5 levels of settlement, but they will have 4 types, and they will continue to have different election types.
Okay. And instance dungeons?
Yes, we will have instance dungeons.
The naval
and the instancing tech will likely be worked on starting next milestone. So you may see some initial you may see some initial PTR testing of that in the first quarter of next year.
The instancing tech will be worked on next year. The instancing tech will be worked on next year. But you said you have dynamic gridding done. And there's no tech for instancing. And I'm a fucking idiot. And all instancing is a grid only accessible to keyed specific players. That's all it is. It's literally a Unreal Engine grid that only you can access that specific instance of that grid because of your party identification or your raid identification or your alliance identification, however you key it. What tech are you building? You're not building shit.
The animal husbandry system and breeding system fully by launch?
Animal husbandry system, yes, and breeding system is planned for by launch as well.
The freehold system fully completed by launch or delayed?
Freehold system is going to be fully completed by launch, and it is something that we are planning to prioritize in our next milestone as well, which is not just the Freehold system getting up to par with where we want it to be. I know we disabled Freeholds several months ago, and that was because while the system was functioning from a core implementation functional standpoint, meaning there were freeholds in the world, you could own a freehold, you could plant some shit on the freehold, you had a house on the freehold. What we need to do is further develop the deployable technology, our deployable tech, which is the ability to place furniture within the house in a way that is conducive to a good experience, customization, having
like
the
meaningful.
Exactly. Yes, absolutely. We have the items produced for that as well. Like all the assets are done. So next milestone, we plan to work on finishing up freeholds. The systems team is going to be working on that. But in addition to that, we'll also be introducing new settlement layouts that incorporate static housing, which was always intended. Because it shares a lot of tech between freehold and static housing. And then once we have instancing online, which again, we're going to be working on next month, it might even include some bare minimum instancing of the apartment system and or the inn system. We're going to have a heavy focus on housing starting next milestone.
Monster.
So next milestone, this is starting to sound like Star Trek Generations. Everything's being installed on Tuesday. So next milestone is 3 axes of combat, instance development, and freeholds, and housing, and apartments, and inns.
Coin system?
Yes, Monster Coin system, as you saw, an initial implementation of that with our little ancients that we had, I think, last year sometime. That has been stood up from a functional standpoint. Now we just need to build progression and incorporate the additional creature types.
Combat pets.
Combat pets could potentially
be cut. They're gone. They're eliminated.
Yes, they could be. We will see.
We're not arguing with you about it.
We will have. I'm aware that combat pets are not, super popular, but it is something. We already have the system and technology in place for that because it shares with the Summoner, pet tech essentially. But it's something that we are discussing on the design side.
And last one, constellations.
Constellations will be in, yes.
So what you're saying is, everything other than the second continent is important to the core viable product. That's why he doesn't interview you. He needs idiots to nod and glaze him. You're right. It's why he allowed his community marketing lead, his director of communications, to cancel my interview with them. As soon as they found a reason to cancel the interview with me, they did. And then they tried to put me on one of these bullshit panels, which I will never do. I will never do, because I do investigative journalism. I ask questions, and they will never do an interview with me because if you look at my last 4 Ashes of Creation videos on my YouTube, and if you haven't, I highly suggest you check out the 4 videos. And here's the next piece. Go to all these content creators that are throwing the softball questions to Steven and say, well, why the fuck aren't you addressing all the shit Jay talked about? All this stuff that lets you know why the kitchen stinks. Why is there rat shit in the corner? I don't care how good the cake looks. If I walk into your kitchen and there's rat shit everywhere and there's cockroaches, I ain't eating a damn thing that comes out of your kitchen. You said you didn't have investors, but you do. You keep saying you have all these employees, but you've never proved it. Why don't you said you own your company, but at least 9.7% of the preferred stock of your company is owned by the Yaga Legacy Trust. Why? And then why is it you said you were self-funding it, but it was funded with a loan? I mean, other than the fact that he better have answers to those questions, because those questions are going to be asked in other venues, and he's going to have no choice but to answer them then, because I already know somebody opened up a Federal Trade Commission investigation into Intrepid Studios. And what the FTC says, we've got it. They just have to launch their product before we can do anything. Wait, did he fund it with a personally secured loan? No, he funded it with a, he funded the first $1 million of the company with, a loan that was supposed to be paid back in 8 installments. And if it wasn't, then common stock would be could be requested at each junction point, and he ended up never resolving it. So 4.7, no, it wasn't a small business loan. It was a private investor. There's a video up on it that talks about how the deal was structured. Intrepid took $1 million loan from the guy, made $2.5 million on Kickstarter. Instead of paying back the $1 million loan and running with $1.5 million, they ended up losing 4.5% of the company to the investor because they never paid him back. In that interim, that investor put another $1 million in, changed the loan structure so that it would be preferred stock. So, yeah, everything from the very beginning was bullshit, which you would never know about if the Yaya Legacy Trust hadn't had to file a lawsuit. As an owner of the company, they own 9.7% of the company. They asked to see the financial records, and Steven wouldn't let the other owner of the company see the business records.
Zyback, it's yours, bro. I'm so satisfied right now.
Okay. So corruption system. Just to preface this,
and by the way, let me just, I'm sorry, real quick. Let me just reiterate because I see a few comments in a few comments in chat. When I say that these things are not MVP for launch necessarily, or they're being considered not MVP for launch, that doesn't mean they're being removed from the game. It means that what isn't necessary for launch will be in a patch post-launch. So if I'm referring to the Second Continent, if I'm referring to the expansion of the Underrealm, those are things that we would work to introduce post-launch. So just be aware of that.
Okay.
Yes.
So corruption system, I just want to preface this question because I know we have a bunch of people that aren't familiar with how it currently works, and there's a lot of people worried about things that they shouldn't be worried about. Like the main concern that people that don't know about this game, they think that it's just max level characters running around killing low level characters, and that's what happens. That doesn't happen, so please, people in the Twitch chat, for anybody freaking out, answer their questions. My question is, what are the plans to change the corruption system into something that people actually engage with in good faith? As of right now, people either never use it, they're victims of corruption baiting, or they engage with the system in bad faith by bypassing the consequences through various means. And it's kind of been like that for a year.
Yeah, it has. And just to level set why it has been that way for the year, we obviously want to test corruption. It is a core mechanism of open world risk, right? The flagging system is a core risk introduction, right? At any given time, you see, a dude or a dudette walking next to you, you got a pack on your back, and you're looking at each other and you're like, is that a friend or a foe? In any other game without that, open world flagging system, you don't ever have to wonder that. It's like, oh, I don't give a shit about you. You might as well just be an NPC, right? Because you can't interact with me. What we want the flagging system to do is introduce risk. We want it to be able to make sure that even though it's unlikely for someone to murder you when you leave your house every day, someone could murder you. That sucks. But it is a reality of life. It's an element of unpredictability, which makes you consider actions and strategies and plans that you may not normally consider. And as a result of that, the corruption system has a place. Now, with that being said, as you said, in a game that I played, again referencing Lineage 2, that had a similar system, although I considered it to have more drawbacks. That type of interaction for a non-faction based open world is necessary. It's a necessary component for a PvX game. And you really never saw anybody go corrupt. You really didn't. It was very rare. And it was usually coinciding with either a super heightened level of emotion, like that person just hated your fucking guts or hated your guild's guts, or you did something wrong to them. Or it was opportunistic, right? Where it's like, you have a thing that I want and you didn't take the necessary strategy to protect yourself. I'm going to take advantage of this situation. That's when it occurred, which was rare. How are we going to address corruption in its current state? Well, a few things need to happen for that feature in order for it to be fully fledged. First and foremost, there's a complementary bounty hunter system, which is not introduced in the game yet.
Okay. I'll talk about the new lawsuit in just a second. Everything Steven just said, though, is a total pile of bullshit, because watch this. I talk about you don't need to have open world PvP for the game to be good. Open world PvP never has both parties are mutually benefited. Now he's talking about people with a pack on their back. That's a system. I opted into PvP. How did I opt into PvP? You put a pack on your back. You shouldn't have corruption if people are moving trade packs. Because you're in the trade system. Now, if people aren't okay with that, then they need to understand these are the rules of the game. If you're out chopping trees or picking flowers or mining rocks or doing whatever, you can't be killed. In Ashes, you can be, but you shouldn't be able to be. There should not be rampant murder running around. You can try to gamify murder in PvP. And no, the game is not worth buying tomorrow. Even though I could be a total shill and say, there's my referral code for Ashes of Creation, I am recommending nobody buy the game until Intrepid Studios start giving answers to the things that they owe the community answers for. Fuck them. You hear they don't particularly care about feedback. They care about feedback that's meaningful, but if they cared about feedback, they'd be gathering it in a better way. They've got 130,000 testers. Steven said they were going on Steam because they needed to get new testers. Okay, let's say you've had 20,000 testers out of 130,000. Your retention number sucks ass. Keeping in mind that 130,000 people, the majority of those people paid more than the average aggregate would be more than $250 to be in the testing. They don't have 20,000, but I don't want to quibble about numbers, so I'll give them 20,000. You got 20,000 people out of 130,000 people. The average price people down here paid is $250 or more to be in the testing. And your retention number is that terrible, but you feel you need to go get more testers. You got 130,000 people you could be surveying the shit out of. If you got a whole director of communications, you got a whole ass community department, you got a website developer. You can't fucking put together a survey? Shit, man. You're in California. You got colleges out the yang. You could contact any one of those colleges and say, I need somebody. We're looking for somebody who wants to work on a graduate, like a research project in statistic modeling. And you'd have people like, look at that. You're going to have a bunch of college people working for free for you because you're giving them access to a 130,000 person pool that they can run. They can write a paper on. It's mutually beneficial. No, the game's not worth buying into. All they need to do is make it so if you put a pack on your back, you're attackable. Now you have an opt-in system. You opted in by engaging in the commerce system.
The bounty hunter system is the pull to the corruption's push, right? And that system is missing an entire half of it, which is meaning that like if somebody goes corrupt, they're red, and there are bounty hunters in the world who now should be notified of that person's location, where they are. They're going to pursue them. They'll be incentivized through quest rewards in order to do so. And there's a cat and mouse interaction between the corrupt player and the bounty hunter themselves that allows for the corrupt player not to accrue additional corruption should they engage in combat with that bounty hunter. Whereas if you're not a bounty hunter, you give additional corruption for being murdered by that corrupt player. So it's like a never-ending, slippery slope.
Except non-combatants didn't have to flag to kill corrupted players. Which, I don't know if that's changed. It probably has.
That eventually takes you into irrelevance or loss of significant amount of gear, which just becomes untenable as a decision point for the player unless they're really quitting the game. So that's one element of change.
Or I run around. Today's my day to run around with my low-level character, killing all the other low levels. And every time I get corruption, the bounty hunter in my friends group kills me, collects the reward, and then we're only killing people sub-level 15, so I tank the shit out of this character, but then in my downtime, I re-level it up to just keep doing this. It's the same exploit that I said years ago would be the problem, and guess what? It's the problem.
that needs to be introduced. Additionally, we're aware of the bypass that is incorporated in corruption when you have a friend next to you and they can just murder you and, grab anything that drops and make sure to give it back. We'll do some tuning around that. We'll think about, can gear be destroyed?
Bullshit. No, you won't, you motherfucker, because I said that to them 7 years ago. The item dropped. Once you are corrupted, your gear panel should be locked. You should not be able to swap gear. And if you are killed while you are corrupted, it should drop and destroy the item. Not lootable, not salvageable. The people turned around and said, well, then the bounty hunters don't get a reward. The bounty hunters should be given a reward through a different system of horizontal or vertical progression. But the corrupted person, if they have their white mug in their hand and they go corrupt, now their white mug is stuck in their hand. And guess what? If that person went corrupt and they accidentally had their legendary on, fuck it. The server just lost the legendary.
Does corruption now have a minimum timer? When you die, should your corpse spawn at your resurrection point, which is random and not in an Ember Spring, and somewhere out in the world? There's ways that we can address that we just haven't spent the time yet to really design around and adjust.
It's a system that we haven't had time to design around and adjust. We understand it's the system that's supposed to stop our game becoming a murder hobo murder box, but we implemented open world PvP, which is a chief complaint. So much of a chief complaint that we disabled PvP under a certain level, but we understand we have a fucked up system, which has definitely impacted our data gathering because Gigo, garbage in, garbage out. So all of the data that we've gathered on a lot of things is irrelevant because we half-assed our corruption implementation. Got it. Good update.
Now, once we are getting into probably not the next milestone, but the milestone thereafter, with corruption adjustments, we're going to be drilling in on the feedback. We're going to be drilling in on, commentary from the community. How does it satisfy certain intended systems? How are we bringing on the bounty hunter system to accompany it and when? Those things will go into how we address it. Right now, I want to leave corruption overtuned. And the reason why is because it doesn't have the complementary systems that it's intending to have.
I want to leave corruption overtuned.
And it shouldn't be a viable play path. There's a lot of now lawless territory, and
yeah, there's lawless territory, which then why'd you even have a corruption system? I want to show two things real quick before we move on. Copy image link. I'll show this real quick and then I'll show some details. This is another problem with Intrepid Studios. First and foremost, we have lawsuit. When you are being sued all the time, the system right here is the make or break for, if the game can't get corruption systems right, the game dies. Yeah. Just don't be mean and corrupt on me or bait me. Then you don't have to worry about the systems at all. No, you do have to worry about the system because I can run around and kill you. And if the punishment for me killing you isn't severe enough, I'll just keep killing you. So, yeah, I know. I'm getting there. Dude, I got this. So, this is Steven's belief all the time. Steven never believes he's wrong. Steven always believes he's right. Let me help you out with lawsuits. Maybe no one ever told Steven this. When you owe somebody money, you pay them. And if Aetna Healthcare of California is suing your ass, insurance companies don't run around suing you unless their legal department says we are 100% correct. It's not worth, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. The juice isn't worth the squeeze unless they know the money is theirs. Now, a company like Aetna has their own in-house legal team, and they have their own in-house litigators. So it doesn't cost them any money. Like, Bob is suing you today instead of Bob is in his office eating donuts. The trick here is, why can this company not seem to go 10 minutes without getting sued by somebody? Aetna Health of California is suing you because you didn't have... Yeah, Aetna has plenty of lawyers to spank that ass. Pay your fucking bills, man. Here's another new lawsuit. SATA Systems Limited Liability Company. Because apparently we don't like to pay our bills. SATA Systems Limited Liability Company is a primary cloud solution providing specialization in technology consulting, IT services, application development, and managed services. Sorry. New York Supreme Court, New York County. It's not at the Supreme Court. New York Court is fucking weird. Don't flip on that. New York Supreme Court should never be worried about. Here's the plaintiff's counsel, commercial. SATA Systems was hit with a breach of contract lawsuit for over allegedly unpaid Google Cloud Platform services totaling $852,000. The complaint brought by alleges that Intrepid Studios failed to pay for cloud services provided under a September 22 agreement, despite multiple payment demands and eventual cancellation of services in April 2025. The suit seeks damages for breach of contract with alternative claims for unjust enrichment and promissory, more legally speak. So you're being sued for another almost $1 million. Now, there are the white knights in the Ashes of Creation community that are going to be like, oh, it's just $1 million. Look, man, if you're fucking Star Citizen, $1 million isn't a big thing to stress over. Wait 10 days, your community will raise that for you. But you're Intrepid Studios. You pay $1 million here, $1 million there, $1 million there, $1 million there. I don't think Steven's a very good business leader. You're not paying your partners. You're not paying people that provide you services. That's the funny part now. Does he think he's not going to pay Steam? Does he think he's not going to pay Epic? I'm pretty sure he believes he won't be paying his affiliates. I don't know about the rest of the people that had referral codes. I know he's going to pay me. I know at the end of the day, I promise you, I will get a paycheck. Not a paycheck. The company will get an affiliate check. I can promise you that. Because I have so many lawyer friends in California chomping at the bit, they'll just bury them in paperwork. We'll be fucking launching subpoenas left, right, and center. We'll go through all their shit. Be like, we need this, we need this, we need this. You should have never done the affiliate program. But you did. You're gonna pay some people. It's just $1 million. As someone who's never had $1 million says, that's a lot of fucking money. And anybody who has accounting practice, even at the level of bought a car, can tell you the more zeros you drop, the worse your shit is. Yeah. Yeah, filing disputes to your credit report at the end of the year, a lot of companies don't have the manpower to dispute them all, and they only have a limited window. And so Sarah is out of office for 2 weeks, and she's the one that handles a lot of them. Well, when Sarah gets back, she has 900 emails. All right.
reasons to be in those lawless territories, which absolve the need for corruption amongst the PvP focused communities, right? You have rare resources that can be located within these corrupted zones around the Harbingers that are incentivizing player interaction in order to acquire these wild card resources that are very valuable. You have fishing, deep sea fishing, which is literally a gold faucet within the economy that is acquired out in the open seas that is, open flagging. So those types of systems, I think, are going to further reduce the lifting that corruption does for the more PvP-centric communities to a degree. And I think we'll tide those over until we get to it in the second milestone of next year.
Watch this, Steven. If you need to gut a bunch of systems to save a bunch of time, I can gut tens of thousands of man hours out of your game development right now for your core viable product. Get rid of open world flagging, get rid of the corruption system, get rid of bounty hunting. Now you don't have to build any of that shit. If you have a trade pack on your back, you're automatically flagged for PvP. If you're out in the open naval waters, you're automatically flagged for PvP. If you venture into those lawless zones to gather those rare resources, you're automatically flagged for PvP. Guess what? The rest of the time, let's just get the fuck rid of corruption. If we're giving people zones that are PvP enabled and events that are PvP enabled, why in the blue shit do we need to be able to murk Sarah, who's just gathering flowers? Leave her the hell alone.
So just to follow up on that,
yep.
Have you considered maybe not having item drop be the penalty? Because right now, I think a lot of people have a problem with the corruption system in that there's perverse incentives, and the system is intended to protect like the lesser experienced newer players, but in reality, they're the biggest victims because there are endless clips of people dropping their like legendary long sight bows because they fell victim to a corruption baiting bug or whatever. And generally, the hardcore guilds are going to find out about that kind of stuff more quickly. So have you ever thought, okay.
No, please. I'm sorry. Finish your question.
So rather than having item drops where you have this perverse incentive where you have like players just trying to screw each other over in all these little devious ways, why not lean into like more experienced debt and crazy stat damp, like make it suck, right? Like I understand it's got to be brutal.
This guy should not have an opinion. It's the second time he's brought something up and they both suck. Item drop is the paddle. Item drop is the fucking paddle for why you don't fuck around in your best gear. You fuck around, you get corruption, you die, that item drops and is destroyed. That's what stops people from being gank artists.
But like the item drop is a little problematic because now you've got this mini game of everybody just like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, no, I don't know that I would agree with that. I think that the item drop is... So when we're talking about the phase in which players really are going to be using the corruption system, it's more likely going to be near the end game of their player progression, where the biggest wheel that they're traversing, right, is the itemization wheel. And what that means is the biggest risk that they have on their character is not necessarily experience debt. If you're at end game, I'll go grind that shit off. Now, that's not to say they shouldn't have experience debt. That also accompanies it. But if we're talking about what is really a decision point for me to go corrupt, that I could lose my gear, my most highly sought after thing, and it's random. I don't know if it's going to be my weapon. I don't know if it's going to be my shoes. I don't know if it's going to be an earring, right? There is an RNG element to the risk. So when I roll the dice, I'm really rolling the dice. And that penalty should be severe because what you're doing is you're taking away the opt-in PvP choice of the opponent and you're murdering them and you're giving them that experience debt and they're losing their material in their inventory. So really, I want the risk to be extreme. And the most extreme is itemization.
Okay, this goes back to Steven has no grasp of psychology at all. You want something, you want something that is mutually beneficial, not mutually detrimental. Right now, the way Steven just described it is there is zero reason for either side to engage in open world PvP. So get rid of it. Get the fuck rid of it. Make all of your PvP opt-in He may have played every failed PvP MMORPG in the past decade, so he knows how it goes, but he's a PvPer at heart. Remember, I always say you should never be soliciting commentary from a person who's the subject matter expert because they carry an inherent bias. He doesn't want gear drop because he's a PvPer. Sorry, don't care about your opinion. No, he doesn't see the issue. And here's how you know that. Because I give my feedback before Steven gives the feedback, and that's how you know if Steven is on the right track. Because at the end of the day, I don't have a bias. I'm not going to have my hands very much longer. I'm not going to be able to game very much longer. So I don't give a shit. I just care about making the best, finding a product that's the best possible product. And the idea of saying, don't take off the belt, daddy. I want to be able to go corrupt. Now, he brings up the point about all these corruption baiting issues. The punishment doesn't need to change. I have small cluster neuropathy. Fuck this is hard to listen to this guy. There's a red X in the corner of your fucking browser. Peace. Nice knowing you. I have small cluster neuropathy in my hands. So I'm going to lose the use of my hands in a couple of years.
So I don't think we should take that away. But I do think that when you're talking about things like bugs, when you're talking about, corruption baiting, those things need to be identified. They need to be identified clearly with repro steps. Our internal QA is constantly focusing on those things, and that shouldn't wait until the next milestone. Those are high ticket bugs that we need to address on a severity 0 or severity 1 basis, which means that it gets moved up to the top of the sprint. As we continue to have those issues, the PC team.
I just heard him say what his overall problem is. He just said, well, yeah, you said, fuck this, it's hard to listen to this guy as your first time comment in my chat. Of course. And I didn't think you were a threat. At all. Wrong word. Steven just said that bugs move up to the top of the sprint. Bug hunting and bug fixing should be operating in a silo outside of the sprint. When you have a corruption bug, they should be grabbing that and then flashing a message on Slack. If you're currently working on the corruption system, stop. Because we're implementing changes. Dog ear anything that you were going to change in the corruption system. This silo team is taking care of that because we're not going to have 6 people working on the same thing. We're grabbing this, we're fixing this, and we're cooking it till it's done. But this is where this is now the 4th or 5th time I've heard Steven say this. He's got all of the sprints operating at the same time, and they're all going in 19 different directions. Your sprints need to be targeted. This is, I'm going to use a building, for example, because it's a little easier to visualize. This is a carpenter sprint. We're working on framing. This is a drywaller sprint. The first floor is done. Let's get the drywall in there. This is a painter sprint. We're working on that. Now, the painters are working on floor 1. The drywallers are working on floor 2. The carpenters are working on floor 3. But their sprints shouldn't be aligned. And he's like using buzzword bingo. Dude, from what you said now, your next sprint is 9 months long with 47 tangible objectives.
Player character team or player combat team is always focused on trying to identify those corruption baiting issues or those corruption bugs, because it is the most detrimental to player progression, which are the bugs we care about the most.
Okay. Just as a quick insert. One of those bugs is dropping out of an event and turning into without like any timeout system before dropping the event, which will allow dots to let the character burn, and they'll go corrupt when they drop the event. So that is one of those bugs. So
right,
hopefully that can get
where's
fixed.
Adam? Where's Adam?
That's just shit game design. That right there is just shit logic design. If I am in an event, when I exit the event, all beneficial and all detrimental buffs should be removed from me. It should be an event, decision to leave event is enacted. All beneficial or all detrimental debuffs are removed. All beneficial buffs are removed. Event is exited. It shouldn't be event is exited because, and this is where I talked about, and I'm sorry that I'm an asshole, but this is where I talked about, I don't believe the first thing Intrepid Studios or Steven says about their engineering team's logic. Because if I drop out of an event, depending on how their logic is designed, I'm no longer on the grid that the event is on, yet I'm continuing to communicate back and forth. In one scenario, I'm continuing to communicate back and forth to the grid that the event is on. Now, it's possible that when I left the event, all of the data from my character package went to me and went with me to the new grid I'm on. That is another way to do it. One is the right way to do it. One is the wrong way to do it. Well, not right or wrong, but efficient or inefficient. All of the information about my character should always be attached to me no matter which grid I go to. It shouldn't be communicating back to the originating grid.
Action item.
So
Adam, that's an action item. I'm sure we have the bug logged, but we need to see its priority and when it's getting addressed.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Well, you just said it's priority 1 or priority 0. So if you're properly using priority 1 and priority 0, I don't know what the hell Steven is doing. Because his assistant isn't building him a smart book every morning. Steven should have a binder, and inside that binder, every morning when Steven gets to the office, whatever the binder arrival on my desk time is, Steven should have a physical hard copy binder. Now, I know some of you are going to say you don't need paper. Fine. If you're modern and you want a tablet, great. I'm old school. I like paper. Steven should have the priority 0 and priority 1 bug list printed out every day in a binder. So every discussion he has today, as he sees people, he can ask for micro updates on the priority 0s and the priority 1s. And there shouldn't be more than a page of them. If there's more than a page of priority 0 and priority 1 bugs, that means you have too many priority 1. Like, for example, in the military, in the Air Force, 1 Alpha 1 is Air Force 1. It is the highest priority. There is one thing on that line. If you're rerouting spares or rerouting parts and it comes in and it's 1 Alpha 1, that's it. 2 people need this. Well, Air Force 1 gets it. But I don't even give a fuck what your justification is. There is no justification you can give that creates a higher priority. Now, I understand that when you start, everybody wants their thing hot. Everything wants their thing immediate. But then you have shitty leadership. If you're getting inundated with priority 0 and priority 1 bugs to be fixed, you need to stop development. You need to stop development and you need to go. If you have 2,000 things, priority 0, priority 1, you shouldn't be doing any development. You should be doing cleaning. Because if you continue to develop with 2,000 bugs, you're building content based on the results of bugs. You're putting Band-Aids on broken bones. Don't waste the Band-Aid. Set the bone.
Sorry. And then I guess I was just thinking, you touched on it a bit, where some of the penalties with corruption doesn't really matter at level 50 or your max level or whatever. So potentially having corruption not have like stat dampening, but like actual XP loss could be a thing, or just having a justice system in general. Like Tibia had a justice system, like who's hostile, who's playing, who's defensive, and that can create just a more civil interaction for anti-griefing, I think, in my opinion.
Well, the justice.
I don't know that person, so I'm trying really hard to not. That person seems nice. Why the fuck should the anti-griefing system be civil? The anti-griefing system is a big fucking paddle. It's grandpa's paddle that he takes off. It's the anti-griefing system is when your grandfather looks at you and says, "Go pick your switch." And you know, depending on your grandfather, go pick your switch is you're either getting your ass beat or you're exactly one step from getting your ass beat. You go out to the tree, you find a branch, you bring it in, he starts to whittle it down, and you're like, I'm going to go to my room and I'm going to read a book. I'm going to make no noise and I'm going to pretend that I don't exist. And your grandfather's like, sounds like a really good plan. Yes, at level 50, you should have stat dampening. You should have XP loss. You should have negative XP. Yes, you need XP loss.
The system is intending to be occupied in the design space you're talking about there by the bounty hunter system.
Mm-hmm.
So that is intending to fulfill that role from a design space perspective. As it relates to those bugs that we're talking about, yeah, you know, after this, if you guys have a list of what bugs are still outstanding, I'll follow up with the QA team and make sure that they're, you know, and being included in our fast follow patch that's scheduled for the 18th.
So, obviously, long term, right?
Hold on. The fuck did you just say?
Have a list of what bugs are still outstanding. I'll follow up with the QA team and make sure that they're, you know, and being included in our fast follow patch that's scheduled for the
18th. It hurts. You're early accessing on Steam while you know you have identified bugs. You know you have identified bugs. That's great. Oh, he's the guild leader of Polar.
So, obviously, long term, right? Item loss. I think everybody can get on board long term, but not to beat the dead horse, but
the victims,
a lot
of dead horses.
Yes. The victims of this are not like the hardcore corruption gank or evil players. Like I've just seen so many video clips of just random noobs getting owned by this. So,
but you're talking about bugs, right?
Yes, but it's one of those things where it's like I feel like you're almost temporarily making it really difficult on yourself because the golden cohort of like people that can swallow that, because I've seen like 5 people quit the game because like they accidentally one-shot somebody's mount in Winstead and the guards instantly kill them and they lose all their
and that's why it should be a Seb 0 Seb 1 bug, because it is literally that level of a friction point. But what I'm going to say is I don't think we should be designing features around bugs. I think we should be designing features around their intended design, and the bugs that we see that hurt that loop need to be addressed quickly, especially for loops that are as progression dependent as this one with corruption. And then once we have the system in a place where it is not being infringed upon by those bugs that we're talking about, right? Then we can talk about iteration. Then we can talk about, okay, cool. How is this operating now that we don't have these bugs to deal with? Are people seeing the intended consequence of this system? If not, let's amend it. I don't have a golden calf in this design, just to be clear. And what I mean by that is
bullshit. You have a golden calf in this design. Because it's your golden goose. All the gold exit shits are yours. You certainly do. You're the creative director. The only person who has any golden calves is you.
You know, there's not something I'm looking to protect out of corruption, you know, in its particular format. If we get those issues addressed and the design is insufficient as it relates to what we're observing on the development side and the feedback that we're receiving from our player population, our testing population, then we're going to iterate on the design. Like that is 100% going to be the case always. That's a whole.
If our design doesn't work, we're going to iterate on the design until it works. Roll credits.
Purpose of our open development. We take these hits of, scam game, not ready, too early, whatever, all of that, all the shit and baggage that comes along with being in open development this long right now is we take that so we can iterate and change the designs, and we don't show up on day one of launch with a game that nobody asked for. So I'm never going to tell you that we're not going to change a system. I'm just going to tell you, let's inspect when the system is operating as intended.
Cool. And then just while I've got you on the line, just one simple suggestion. When the PvP flag drops, when you go from purple to not, being PvP flagged, one of the big things that happens right now, especially now that you have the summoner in the game, it's got a 25-second dot. Consider having that when that purple drops, put a debuff on the player where that if that person dies to that dot damage, it doesn't give corruption to the person. Because that's what happens a lot, is that somebody's flag will drop off and they'll have a bunch of dots on them, and then the person that had the dots on them gets corrupted because the guy just, and it becomes this like weird.
He fundamentally shouldn't be giving suggestions. He's fine for identifying the problem, but there are people that are really good at coming up with solutions and people that are really good at finding the problems. He seems like he's really good at finding the problem, but yes, of course, when your combatant flag changes, first of all, let me go a step above this. Your combatant flag should... Yeah, exactly. Wolfagar got there. How can your flag drop if you have a PvP flagged dot on you? If I dot you, we have to have really clear rules for what keeps you in PvP and what doesn't. And there isn't a singular right answer here. It's 25 seconds is how long the summoner dot lasts. Because if you can drop out of PvP that quickly, that's horrible design. Right. Well, I think the problem is a cascade. Say it's 60 seconds to drop out of PvP. I've been out of PvP. I've been dropping out for 55 seconds. You put a dot on me here, and then 20 seconds I've dropped out of PvP. This isn't something that's an easy solution. This is something that we need to pull back everything on, because if I decide I want to drop out of combat, then that means there has to be a timer and I can't take any actions that are offensive. That's probably not the best idea, but without access, it's not about you being a combatant. It's about the guy who has the dot dropping combatant status because an event ends or he's been waiting for his flag to go off, but you shouldn't be able to drop combatant status if you're taking player damage. Again, that's one opinion. Another opinion is, yes, I should be able to drop out of PvP as long as I stop committing offensive actions. If I'm just rolling and letting my timer run, I should be able to do that. If it's an event, either way though, the order of operations should be my eligibility to drop from the event is, my window to drop from the event is open. All detrimental debuffs come off of me. All beneficial buffs come off of me. I leave the event, my status changes. It should not be, I leave the event, my status changes, debuffs continue to damage me. If the effect was created during PvP, you shouldn't be able to drop from PvP until all buffs drop. Maybe. The problem with that mentality is I can never drop from combat, because you just have to keep putting one dot on me and you keep me in combat forever. In EVE Online, you would be in combat and you would reach the gate and you would jump through and they can't follow for 60 seconds because the gate denies you access for 1 minute if you've been in combat. Well, sometimes you start the fight and then you realize you're going to lose, but you have more than 60 seconds of tank left, so you stop fighting, go full defensive to make the jump through the gate. And ideally, as long as you've got about a 7-second lead on them, you go through. Yes, you need to run away or get out of range. You were in PvP. That was your choice. No, remember, it wasn't your choice. See, you're only saying I was in PvP, that was my choice. But it doesn't account for the fact that I was attacked at an event. The event ended. The caravan got delivered. But now as the event drops off, the event is over. What he's talking about is when the piece, there's two parts there. There's one that I decide to drop out of PvP, and there's the other where I drop out of PvP because the game is over. I can't tackle the quarterback on the sideline after the fourth quarter ends. But all of that goes to, all of that goes back to what Steven just said. Bugs shouldn't be driving the development. The development should be identifying bugs.
Calculated thing where it's like, oh, I get low, and then, oh, my flag's getting ready to drop, and then they can, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I would want to chat with the designers around how to approach that particular issue. Obviously there are things that we can do, such as deprecating the dot once the flagging goes away.
Even if they just,
or there are things that, but I don't know if that is the right choice, because first of all, I would say from a design standard perspective, I'm not sure that we will likely keep 25-second long dots. That's probably too long. I know that there's some synergy and interaction with the clerics, cleanse, and that's why it's relevant. The longer the dots that you have, the more relevant that class type becomes in group design, and all those types of things are present. But a 25-second dot is maybe
well, even the smaller dots, like I'm sure somebody in the chat will have.
Yeah, but if it's a smaller dot, then the decision point becomes on the dot user. If you're aware that using a dot can potentially kill a person and they are close to that deflagging mark, you're making a calculated risk. And is it okay for that player to make a bad choice? Should we allow players to make bad choices?
Can we just say that all of this is a bullshit side rabbit hole conversation? Because if it's supposed to take 60 seconds to kill you, what the fuck does a dot being on you really matter? A 25-second dot, sure. But again, go back and fix the big problem, and then all these small problems go away. Like, I'm tired of leaves in my yard. I'm tired of bird shit in my yard. I'm tired of apples in my yard. So here's how I'm going to mitigate the leaves, and here's how I'm going to mitigate the apples, and here's how I'm going to mitigate the bird shit. Here comes Jalon with the chainsaw. Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to get rid of the fucking tree. I got rid of the tree. And then you're like, oh, hey, my leaf problem is solved. Yep. The birds are gone. Yep. The apples are gone. Gotcha. And you have firewood.
I mean, that's a fundamental game design question, right? When we're talking about the extremes of itemization, specialization. Can I make a glass cannon hero even though I'm going to get one shot every time I enter the battlefield? Should we let the player do that, or should we keep a base stat pass that always makes sure they're never one shot? Like, generally, we're erring on the side of higher customization options, and you can make bad builds, and there is a skill disparity between not just your ability to actually play the class, but your ability to design the class through your itemization choices. So I would say that there is some game philosophy around the choice of whether or not dots should allow corruption, as a result, or otherwise.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Go ahead. I believe Nice is up next.
All right. Ashes of Creation is said to be a PvX game with risk versus reward and conflict over scarce resources. As of now, the game is currently just a test of out DPSing on a mob or getting that first damage tag on something. Would you consider making world bosses and perhaps some named mobs automatically flag someone as a combatant for PvP to encourage natural open world competition?
Yeah, I think we would consider that. We've talked about that for a little while, actually. And there's a few ways that you can facilitate the PvP around a particular NPC. You can either make the arena, mini lawless area where even entering that space flags you, because what happens when you have this particular design that you've advocated for, where hitting the boss is what flags you, then you give an extreme advantage to the reacting team, meaning the team that's not yet flagged, but you are trying to take the boss on. They can fully set up around you without any potential for you to respond other than corruption, right? And they can prepare their alpha strike on you when the moment is worst, when you have the boss in its regen phase or, whatever. Like, so I'm usually more inclined to consider volumes, right, as defining spaces for lawlessness than I would be on hit, just for that type of interaction. But the volumes, absolutely.
I like that. Yeah, good answer. No follow-ups. I'm good to go. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you expand on Intrepid's intentions on settlement currency and commissions to create a better gameplay loop, as there isn't a whole lot of incentive for players to do them at this moment, especially for post-level progression? Do you think creating a player-curated commission board for artisanship and other quests where players post jobs and bounties themselves to pay settlement currency or gold would be a more dynamic and immersive than the current system?
Before I hear Steven's answer on this, I do want to just say this flat out. Intrepid Studios did not design a game with a player-driven economy. It is very much a developer-driven economy. If they don't recognize this, then I haven't stayed up to date on everything that Intrepid has done, but the very fact that they created a Glint system means that they're not interested in having a player-driven economy because Glint is bound, but it's required for paying rent. Again, this is the problem when you design an economy and I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but when they said they had Dr. Rocco Scandizo working on Ashes of Creation, that was a big win for them because the guy's got a PhD in economics. He's got an MBA. He understands video game economies. But they didn't have him. He's never actually worked there. I don't know if he contracted for them and wrote them some white papers or if it fell through and they said he was going to work there. Was New World revolved around a Glint system? No, New World was not. The thing about a Glint system is, did they ever hire the senior designer position? Senior designer isn't a singular position. Did they ever hire the senior economy, the lead economic designer? I don't know if they hired. I don't know if they hired a new lead economic designer. If they have, they've never released who it is. Did they design an economy or did they just throw something out there and try to iterate? They threw something at the wall and tried to iterate. Yeah, Karthos and I have talked about video game economies multiple times, and even taking the Ashes system and making small tweaks to it. First of all, the Glint idea is dumb. The Glint idea is dumb because it literally is a item that I need in order to pay my rent or pay my taxes or pay my whatever. I know my housing bill, but I can't trade it. And my understanding is I can't pay somebody else's taxes. So I can't be a 24/7 crafter. The problem with not being a 24/7 crafter is now my prices in player-driven gold become skewed because I'm the crafter, but I'm also required to go out and do content that normally being a business owner, selling potions or selling food or bows or swords or dogs or whatever, that would have covered my bill. No system. When I say the artisan system, I really should say the lifestyle system, because housing is in the lifestyle system. The artisan system is there, and that's gathering, processing, crafting. You can't have crafting tied to Glint, but then want people to be legendary, world-renowned crafters, because now you have a broken funnel. So what I mean by that is, in your artisan system, you have gatherers, you have processors, and you have crafters. I go gather, I feed the processors, and the processors refine, make an item, they feed the crafters. But if crafting requires Glint, then they're only half of the solution. They're only able to gather a part and a parcel of what I need, not the whole thing. So that means when I'm out gathering, 100% of my time is spent gathering. You're processing, 100% of your time is spent processing. But when I'm crafting, 50% of my time is spent doing the actual crafting, 50% is off gathering the Glint that I need. Glint is their way of forcing people into the gameplay loop funnel. You could make it work, but it needs to operate as a resource, not as a quasi-currency. Yes, it needs to operate as a resource that's tradable, so that you have two types of gatherers. You have raw material gatherers and you have Glint farmers. Absolutely. In my opinion, what MMO has the best economy that's player focused? EVE Online. EVE Online is about the purest player-driven economy. What's the Glint system? In a long story short, it's a thing that mobs drop. Now, EVE Online has its own problems with its economy. But if you're trying to build a player-driven economy, you need to look at EVE Online and start from there and fix the problems they have. And you're right, Grumpy Old Man. You would have gatherers, and now you would have gatherers inside the artisan system, and then you would have glint gatherers who are combat roles. Do you think I should buy early access, or is this game doomed and I shouldn't waste your money? You shouldn't waste your money. Here's the thing. I am going to make every effort tomorrow to stream. Unfortunately, my gaming PC had to be RMA'd. They wouldn't send me the CPU because long story short, my motherboard, my CPU, and my NVMe drive, I think, are all being replaced. I think the PCI and the motherboard that I had murked my chip, and I think my chip being murked my drive. They were very apologetic. I'm a very good loyal Origin customer. They were very apologetic for me. They asked me 2 questions, and I had managerial approval for my return within like an hour. Because I did everything I was supposed to. If you remember the i9s, the 4 Intel chips that had a problem, of course, it'd have to be mine. So, and of course, it wouldn't decide to throw a conniption fit until just before Ashes. So I'm going to try to single box stream tomorrow and then cover some more Ashes stuff. Also, I think I still have 9 keys. I think I still have 9 alpha keys. They should still work because you put them into your Ashes of Creation account, gives you alpha access. And I don't think Intrepid would have canceled those keys because they were for charity. They were one of my rewards for the year. We gained like $6,000 for charity. With that said, thank you for showing up. I'm gonna stream again tomorrow. Yeah, if they fucking invalidated it, it would be a bad look. I'm gonna get out of here. I need to take another round of meds for my hands and my feet. But I'm not getting back into Ashes of Creation full bore. I'm getting into Ashes of Creation a little bit because these are my commitments I made to my community
bounties,
a long time ago. What I will say is this, and let me get to. That's not even what the fuck. Hey, that's me. What the hell? I would say this. If you want to know some of the shit that Intrepid has done on my YouTube channel, these 3 videos have a lot of meat in them. This one especially, the investor behind Intrepid Studios, that never existed according to Steven, and then the rationale behind why they're doing what they're doing. Beyond that, I will be back tomorrow. I'm going to try to figure out how to do this shit on a single PC, and then I might give out some keys because, you know, they're finally soft launching. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid?
Wait, I lied to you. I lied to you. Let me see if I can do this. I know, liar, burn him at the stake. I pressed a button in my Twitch thing. I want to see if I can do this. I wholeheartedly recommend this game. Can I do this? Why won't it? Yeah, I know there's only... I'm trying to do it right now. The activation cannot be enabled due to an ineligible stream category. Oh, okay. I guess tomorrow morning, I've got to do a quick hour-long in Where Winds Meet. I'll do that tomorrow morning. Oh no, I guess I got to do it. Anyways, I'll probably come back a little later. I'll be back. Goodbye.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment